international tribunals that have been set up for this stuff, and they don't do it based on people's social media opinions. They do it based on evidence. So let them do their jobs.
Yep. I'm a fan of the Nuremberg trials. They were extremely fair to everyone involved. It wasn't biased. It was simply looking at the facts. And the fact of the matter is, most of those SS officers or SS soldiers were let off the hook because they were not involved in the atrocities. Unfortunately, we seem to have forgotten that when we attack people like, when I say we, I mean as a society. If you look at the Germans, they are attacking, people like Max Krach, Dr. Maximilian Krach, who stated that during the Nuremberg trials, not every single person was found guilty. There were people who were found to be not involved in anything, and that somehow makes him a Nazi sympathizer. He's just going by the standards of the U.S. government. That the international community had decreed that said that, hey, we can't do guilt by association. We will try each individual on a case-by-case basis, and that is how the rule of law works. You don't just do a blanket sweeping thing on an entire group of people who, half of them were conscripted.
Oh, what? You're saying collective punishment is a bad thing?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's almost like that was the point to begin with.
And so, I don't know if you guys sat in the Mario space a few days ago, right, when they were having this debate with Maximilian, and you had two moderators there who were insistent that he was being a Nazi sympathizer simply by saying that collective punishment is bad. It is insane. Like, these people were just going off on it. Like, you had an all-source news guy. He's like pro-hardcore, pro-Ukraine guy, which is ironic given that Ukrainians are, literally Nazis. And
well, no. There's a distinction to be made there. There are forces that support such things, but they're not the major player there. They're more the minor player.
But you know how it is.
Like there has been instances, of course. Yeah. But I wouldn't take it that far.
So it's ironic when someone excuses the Azov battalion and then accuses somebody else of being a Nazi sympathizer. It's like I don't understand that mentality where you literally hate every single Nazi who has ever existed, their relatives, their children, their entire family.
There's a difference between Nazi and somebody who was just literally forced to be part of something. Like, I think we can slap that label on people, but I think by execution of what was done, you can look at people who are actually guilty of a crime and accuse them of said crime. But if people that are, just happen to be in a specific place, nah.
900,000 conscripts to the SS, right? There were two branches of the SS, and 900,000 of them were conscripted. That was towards the end of the war when they basically...
And many of those were forced to be conscripted, right? Because they knew they were going to lose the war. So that is how it works. I mean, look at if you want to use the example of Ukraine, there are conscripting a lot of people there as well. You can imagine that images like that also took place during that period of time. Now, I'm not making any parallels, of course, other than the fact that there are conscriptions that take place. I just want to use an example that is very close to history as to what a conscription would look like, right? So you're even a person, you don't really want to fight in a war, but you're taken anyways, and people are trying to escape that with various many means, and that's how it was done in history, and quite a lot of people lost a lot of their family tree to this exact outcomes. A lot of those people were in fact forced to fight, and I think many of those people who were forced to fight ended up surrendering as well. So, like, it's a thing. It's a thing that just happens, and both sides will have that problem.
It's really unfair to see everybody painted with a broad brush stroke, and for someone like Allsource would look at you and listen to what you just said and say something like, oh, so you support the Nazis. I'm not listening to this. I don't like Nazi supporters. Like, that is literally what he said to Dr. Max. And it's like, so you decided to throw your brain out of the window. Okay, like that.
I'd be willing to entertain it and push back a little bit. I'd be like, wait, actually, hang on. Actually entertain such conversation to a certain extent, of course, if it's then malicious and, there's no progress.
Dr. Max did entertain the conversation, but Allsource decided that he wasn't going to put up with it, and he left the room like a little baby through a huff.
It was something.
They all left. They were like, oh, I'm not listening to a Nazi sympathizer. Yeah. It's like, all right. Like, the guy is willing to talk to you, and you're just running away. That's...
Well, you can look at literal history and be like, hey, let's say there's a random crime in America, which is like, say, a corporation. Let's imagine a corporation has committed some sort of crime, and then the people at the head are being studied and examined on a case-by-case basis to ascertain which one of them was the problem. Let's imagine it's like fucking Enron, and one of the people is just a secretary, and they had no idea what was going on. Are you gonna like throw the secretary in jail also just because they so happen to be at Enron? And at the same time, look, Enron fucked up. Are you gonna like take every single fucking Enron employee down to the person who was pushing the fucking pencils and getting the office supplies and put them in jail also? It's the same fucking argument, right? So there's certain levels. Now, of course, those levels are an exception in this case, right? And not the rule. Not that people try to conflate those two, however, right? My statements are very specific, as in it is an exception, right? There can be exceptions, they're very rare, and they are a very big edge case, and you only discuss the edge case because you are looking at a specific form of justice, which, by the way, if you are trying to take everyone, lump them up together, that's where you get the problems, because guess what? Look at something like, say, the Muslim religion, right? Because of the stuff that's happening in Great Britain right now, many people are speaking out against the Muslim religion for no really good reason whatsoever. Just because they're a bunch of ideologues who are themselves not really Muslim by the execution of what the religion is. They're just people who are ideologues. They're violent and are trying to be conquerors, right? That's how it happens to be. That's how this works. It's very different from the religion itself. I know many people who are of the Muslim faith, and none of them exhibit these kinds of qualities, right? Qualities, these types of the thing. Like, this is very alien to me, right? Because you would even find, if you go to some various countries there in the Middle East, you might even fucking find those people in certain places, because these are the individuals that they try to kick out, if anything. I've been to places like that. I should fucking know.
Yeah, you won't find them where I live. They don't exist here.
Exactly. Like, do you think shit like that is going to be tolerated in Dubai? Absolutely fucking not. They're going to kick him out. Where are they going to go? There you go.
They go to the UK.
Like, well, we can fuck here. We can't be in this place over there, which is like probably one of those places where everybody goes that they're super impoverished because of the fact that they got kicked out because they're super mega criminals and they keep doing terrorism. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, then we're going to go to another place to somewhere spread it. And there's like literally no point in history where leadership under that in a country had ever worked out prosperously for that country that was subject to it. So there is a large historical context here to this. And again, the end point of all this discussion is you can't lump them all together. Just because somebody's of the Muslim faith doesn't mean that they're going to be super fucking violent like the people that you see in Great Britain. That is more so the exception than it is the actual rule. You just happen to be inundated by the exceptions in this case over there specifically.
Mm-hmm. What's worse is Britain keeps importing these people.
Yeah.
Opening
and that will create,
saying, hey, come on in, we're tolerant.
And that will create a massive problem.
To their event.
I'll tell you what kind of problem this will create. You will then have a somewhat even justified animosity towards people of that faith because of the stuff that they've experienced over there. And it's going to be very difficult to mitigate that, because are you going to try and convince them otherwise when they are going to look around and see with their own eyes a very specific version of reality? It's going to be very difficult. Well, it's not impossible, right? So that's what my problem is with all this, That's why, the I shit was also the same problem, right? You basically were amplifying the issue as opposed to solving it. Racism, right? Hyperscale that shit. Bad, not good. Yeah. Get rid of it. Delete.
I see a lot of bad things happening in the UK. Either you have these fucking drunkards who beat their wives and look the other way when their daughters are being raped, or you have people who are virulent racists. It's like, okay, that's not great.
You get the worst of both over there. Everything's just deteriorating. It's insane. And if you make a meme about something, you get thrown in jail. Holy shit.
Yep.
So bad. I hate that so much.
They section you, by the way. They section you.
Yeah.
Police will come to your house, do a mental health check, and you have no choice but to go with them, or they will arrest you.
Yeah, that's not going to be a nice process. Tag him and bag him.
I saw a video of that today, where a guy got sectioned by his doctor, of all people. I don't know the backstory to it, but I guess he'd been saying not so nice things online, and his doctor decided to call the police on him, and he had no choice.
This is the thing where I also highly encourage people to, when they have a communication that is online, when they write something, do not be emotional. This will. If you want to call out something and be critical, I think, of a specific. I'm not saying that you should do this in the UK, of course, but if you're gonna, I wouldn't say it at all, because it wouldn't put myself at risk. So you do whatever you want, obviously, but if you're gonna have an exchange online of any kind from whatever place you're in, do so in a manner that is actually well kept. Like, you have a sense of There's a great word for this. Decorum, yes. Have a sense of decorum. Behave. If you want to make a point and you want to say that your opinion is worth something, given that you are having an opinion now on the state of society, then maybe you should be an example. As in, you state what your issue with the current state of society is in a manner that is with decorum, that is well managed, and is, ironically enough, civilized.
You have to be the civilized person in the room.
Exactly. Like, hang on a second. Let's calm down. Like what I did when we had that huge argument. I was basically like, hang on a second. Whoa, hold up. Let's calm down a little bit. It's like that one British news reporter who went to a tribe in the Sudan or something, and he wanted to talk to them. And all of them panicked and poked all the guns at him with those and the fucking spears. And he was like, okay, hang on, let's not do that. You need to get the spears out of my ribs here, okay? First of all, let's this guy had mega balls. They were gonna slice this guy up. I don't know, man.
We're gonna shoot the upper lip,
That was crazy, man. Absolutely.
You remember in Prince Charles' video where some guy tried to assassinate him?
It was just standing there like, oh my.
Yeah, he's just like, oh my. That is the Britain that I would like to see revived. That is the Britain that makes sense. That's the Britain that is civilized, but the Britain today is the complete opposite of it.
I'm sure. Even the thing that people used to say.
I want James Bond, not Mr. Bean.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
There's gonna be some error between.
No hate to Rowan Atkinson, of course. Rowan Atkinson's pretty good.
It's a good actor.
No, and Mr. Bean absolutely hilarious, but in charge of a country.
Yeah, no. There's literally the point of trolling people like that.
About Mr. Bean.
He's a great troll.
Here's Thomas Mr. Bean in real life.
Mr. Bean has only had a few episodes total.
Yep. One season.
Yeah, less than 20 episodes.
The movies, though, holy shit.
I was shocked when I found out because I felt like Mr. Bean was going on for several years growing up.
No, I did just replay them.
Yeah. It's like Family Guy. You just watch a whole bunch of randomized clips. There's no real there's some canonical, how do I explain this?
It's the three wheels.
Yeah, the car, the girl,
And his teddy bear.
Yes. And the fact that the way he turns off his lights is by taking out a gun and shooting him.
Yeah.
It has a drawer full. I love the setup. Goes to bed, opens the drawer, whole bunch of light bulbs. I'm like, what the fuck? Grabs gun, shoots out light bulbs, puts gun away. I'm like, wow.
This is before clappers were invented.
Well, it wasn't clapper, it was just exceedingly loud. And it had to be reloaded, so. I fucking hate clappers, though.
It's an American clapper.
An American.
I use my phone to turn off my lights.
Just don't look that up on Urban Dictionary. It probably doesn't mean what we said it means.
That's true, yes. I was about to say something else, but that was no. It's a variation of the Tombstone pile driver, except one you can do in bed. It's not at all similar to what the thing it is that I think it was supposed to mean in the context of WWE, so don't look that shit up.
I mean, the wildest one that I can think of off the top of my head is Alligator Fuckhouse.
What?
What's that?
You gotta look it up.
Okay, I shall. I'll look it up now. Alligator Fuckhouse. Ah. Okay.
Oh wow. What the fuck?
Wow. I remember reading, about a donkey punch, and I was probably 14 at the time, and I was like, wait, people do this? What is wrong with people? You know what a donkey punch is, right?
I mean, there was a phase in my life where my friends and I were kind of obsessed with the variations of Donkey Punch.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few. Not sure we need to go there on Spaces, though.
No, it's bad. It's
Is pretty.
It's very degrading.
100%. Do not endorse. It's just, boys will be boys.
It happens. It is a thing. Although you have some knowledge about a whole bunch of freaky shit that I didn't even know existed. Like, what the hell?
By the way, Adrian, check the X group chat.
I contain multitudes.
Where's that saying from? I contain multitudes.
It's Walt Whitman.
Oh, this is a good one.
You know who contains?
Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I
multitudes?
contradict myself.
So do you know who contains multitudes? Lily Phillips. She contains multitudes.
I'm gonna post that fucking meme. Here we go.
I'm sure the audience is cringing at what I just said.
Yeah, please don't talk about people like that.
You can quote post my post with people like that, though.
Failures.
Yeah, that's fucked up what you did.
Yeah. Now she's doing another challenge that's is even worse than the last one.
Sleeping with
And
a
I'm thinking to
thousand men.
myself, this is your average British female role model. Wow, what a role
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, there you go. Yeah, so here's a challenge for everyone. You can quote post this and tag the person who you believe is the one that fits this description most effectively.
Thank Lily Phillips. Thank Lily Phillips. It'll be funny.
No, you can do that. Everybody else is gonna come up with their own thing. I like the way I can just like randomly pull that shit out of nowhere. What the fuck?
Why does Morton Shkreli follow Lily Phillips?
Because he's weird.
Because he's a horn dog.
I don't know what's wrong with them.
Obviously.
To get him out of space would be kind of funny.
It is funny. It is funny.
I've seen him on spaces.
He can
He's
talk.
active.
Like, I'll say this. Okay, here's my assessment. Here's my assessment. This guy can talk. He can engage in a good discussion. But he's like quantum mechanics, in a sense, ironically similar to me. You put him in a room with a bunch of shitheads, he's gonna talk a whole bunch of shit. Or anyone who he doesn't respect. Like, if there's like, he can dislike people, but if he respects them, you're still gonna have a good conversation. But if he really doesn't respect someone, he's just gonna shit on them in all ways possible. Like, it was, I had a conversation with him once, and I tried to like moderate a discussion between him and somebody else. We were having a great conversation. Like, it was nice. It was happening. But then with this other guy, it was just like literally no chance. I'm like, my dude, just cool it down. Would you talk to this guy? Stop cooking him. You know.
If quantum mechanics and a con man had a child, that would be Martin.
Oh my god. That is a good one. Wow. That is great.
I mean, he is always be grifting is basically his MO.
Yeah.
There's a
Sorry.
fascinating New York
I
Times
do like
article
him. I
that
think
just came
he's
out.
funny, but like it's kind of transparent.
So this fascinating New York Times article that I just mentioned, it says that Joe Biden demanded naps during his debate prep. He needed nap time. And it's only now coming out. Shouldn't we have known about this, I don't know, 10 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Covered up, yeah.
You read that shit.
Ian, when did you become the arbiter of what is an improved take for an based on Anon account?
What do you mean?
Check the X chat.
Okay.
Yeah, check the first one actually. Check the first post that I sent.
That's wild.
Yeah, oh my god.
That's actually kind of fun. Do you not not look at all of the quote posts just saying don't do it, you know? What the fuck? That is horrible. That is actually insane. Oh my god, that is great. Wow. Just absolutely wow. I'm supposed to tag someone, but I just don't
So I
talk to
see
these
that,
people. Lol.
this garbage human is attacking me. That's interesting.
Well done.
I mean, they've labeled themselves appropriately.
It's ironic, yes.
He used to be friendly with me, but I stopped sharing his content when he decided to turn into a complete shithead.
Well, there you go. That's the tell, right? Like when they get
Yep.
petty and try to
And you know what's
revenge,
fascinating as well is, this guy's like a super anti-Semite, right? But turns out he's actually Jewish. Yeah, he's actually a Jew.
He's following in the footsteps of fuck. Why am I forgetting? Why am I forgetting his name? The really good chess player.
Bobby Fischer.
Yes, Bobby
Fischer.
Fischer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bobby Fischer.
Somebody give me the scoop as to who Bobby? Fuck. Who's Bobby Fischer?
Bobby
He's
Fischer.
extremely racist.
Bobby
that's from what I
Fischer.
heard.
Massive
Bobby-
racist.
Bobby Fischer, to give you a summary, is possibly the greatest chess player of all time. There's a lot of debates. There's like it's like
It's a random.
yeah, he designed the Chess 960, which Suraj and Molson were playing, where it's like random. He designed that because he hated how people were memorizing in chess. And at some point, like he was an American, he was the only reason that America did not lose to the Soviet Union. The entirety of chess was dominated by Soviets, and Bobby Fischer basically came in first place in chess tournaments. And he represented America. At some point, and he also thought that women never made good chess players. And at some point, for some reason, he started saying that America and Israel should not exist. And then,
What the fuck?
he hated
He lost his
Jews.
mind.
Racist, yeah.
He hated Jews despite being Jewish himself.
Yep.
And then
Many
he...
such cases.
And then he
What the fuck?
he married a Japanese chess player, and then he moved to Iceland, and then he died in Iceland. And then he also is quoted as for his very famous quote, "I hate chess."
Right. Yeah, there's a video actually of that.
Yeah, there's a video of
There's
him
no
literally
interview.
going, "I hate chess."
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny.
But he is arguably that I would say there's like 4 people that you could argue were like the greatest chess players of all time. He's in one of those 4.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Dude, I once said something about being crap. Here, there's a post I made. I made a post about this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. I've seen a lot of actually insane software engineers who are insanely good. Perhaps to be cracked insanely good, one must be actually cracked slightly insane.
Right. I see that post. It's a good post.
But you have to learn to harness your insanity.
That's the idea. That's what I'm saying. You know, there's this genius is just tamed insanity, if anything else.
Tamed insanity. I like that one.
Like, seriously, it is this way. You know, everybody, like, if anyone who is anyone, you know, someone is really successful at something meaningful, by the way, not fucking like showing your tits off and like making millions of dollars because, you know, society at large has degenerated into something that is completely self-destructive. No, what I mean is actually build something that is really valuable, right? That has actually contributed to the advancement of humanity and society in general, right? that person has demons in their head at some point. Like, they have a lot of shit to deal with. It is annoying as fuck, but they somehow tamed that insanity and now are doing something incredible with it. Because you don't change something in the world unless you're fundamentally bothered by it.
By the way, Adrian, this is one of my favorite Bobby Fischer jokes of all time. I'm gonna send it here because I can't say it publicly.
Alright.
I just want to give some advice to all of the unstable geniuses out there. Okay.
Oh my god. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm gonna read it.
Don't read it out. Do not read it out.
No, it's good. It's good. It's
No, I deny it. No, trust me.
No, I don't think it's as safe as.
That is horrible. That is a very bad idea. We're not doing that now.
Legal says no.
Legal says no. The chaos agent with a law degree says no.
Okay, done.
There are just implications.
Yes, there are.
I do want to give some advice, though, to all our unstable geniuses out there. Solidarity with all of you. Learn your cycles, right? Like, everybody struggles with shit, especially if you're smart, like Adrian was talking about. You're struggling with shit. Learn when you're at your best and when you're at your worst, and optimize to be productive when you're at your best. And you can take on life. You really can.
Well said. I like it.
Yes.
Yeah, but what if I'm really productive when I'm at my worst?
I mean, then take advantage of that too, right? I mean, like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Like, my worst posts, the ones that go viral, are so spicy, and they come from a terrible place in the back of my head.
I mean, I'm more referring to, like, the type of instability that can be a challenge to productivity. I mean, if your devious nature causes you to have great, pithy thoughts that allow you to get impressions on social media, good for you. But sometimes people get depressed when they're in their bad place and they're not able to be productive, but they're not always depressed. Nobody's depressed 100% of the time, right? And, like, I've been there myself. I'm speaking from personal experience. Like, there are ups, and if you can learn to, like, see those coming and take advantage of it, like, maybe it's seasonal or what have you, like, have your plan your business stuff in the spring, get stuff going in the spring so that in the wintertime, like, you can chill out a little bit more. But just, like, min-max essentially your personal life to align with whatever cycles you deal with in your head or otherwise.
Min-max your depression.
Saxton.
Andrew Tate says depression isn't real.
Top G.
He's somewhat correct in that, like, if you do actually work out, like, I think depression is kind of a sign from your brain that your life isn't. And if you do kind of take steps to fix those issues, you do actually start to get rid of
Actually, working out itself literally produces various types of compounds in your body that act as natural antidepressants. So,
Dopamine, yes.
yeah, various other things as well. Like, it actually, ever noticed how you feel so good after you've done that?
There's multiple kinds of depression, at least sources of it. In my experience, I was mostly depressed when I was poor. And when I stopped being poor, I stopped feeling depressed. What a magical thing. So it wasn't a chemical imbalance, it was just dissatisfaction with my life.
Yeah, exactly.
I was fat, poor.
That is so real. That is so real. When I was at my most
hated
depressed,
myself, I had many reasons to feel depressed, and I'm glad I felt depressed because I didn't want to feel depressed anymore, so I did something about it.
Like, a lack of ability fundamentally pisses somebody off who wants to make change.
Yeah.
Correct. And that makes me depressed. And so when I'm feeling depressed, I realize something needs to change. And so I change it. I work on it. A lot of people don't. They just wallow in it. They feel sorry for themselves. And
exactly.
that is pathetic. So when Andrew Tate says that depression isn't real, I kind of agree with him on that regard. But however, there are people with traumas who cannot overcome these things because traumas are deep-rooted and they're very difficult to overcome. No amount of wealth or success is going to change bad things that have happened to you. So you've been shot in a war. You're always going to remember that.
You also have to admit that a lot of this, like, trauma bullshit is, like, it is bullshit.
Self-inflicted.
Right. No, not just like, if you've gone to war or something, or you've been a soldier or something, I mean, that is more acceptable. Right.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Or
I'm saying like
if
some of it
you're
is
like
like
a-
people making up traumas, right? They want
Yeah.
to be traumatized by a thing that isn't actually, say, a rape or like actually traumatic, right? If you've been
Yeah.
raped, then yes, you will suffer trauma, and that is inescapable. However, most of the people who claim to be traumatized have not experienced such things.
I think it's the problem that everyone wants to be like this like there is this belief that like humans are like these fragile little things.
We're
And
not.
like any like tiny action can traumatize us for forever, and I like that's the part that I have an issue with.
I blame Neil
I
Gaiman
don't
for
think
that.
humans. I don't think humans are fragile, but I think they're lazy, and trauma and similar stuff like that becomes an excuse to not fix the things they don't like
Yeah.
about their life.
Yeah.
And therapy reinforces that bullshit by just medicating you and giving you something that's going to be okay with your
It
bullshit
validates
life.
your trauma.
I
Right?
think
It
like-
validates your trauma.
Validate all of your bullshit gets validated, and unless you have somebody that's like, hey, what don't you like about your life, how about you start fixing that stuff, it's never
Also,
going
I
to actually
think
get better.
therapy actually does make it worse as well. Like
It does make it worse. Yeah.
every day, you're just getting like reminded of like these things that were bad about your life over and over and over again.
Yep.
I think it just depends on who you're working with and whether they're solution oriented or problem oriented. But it's rare to find the solution oriented ones, especially the real solution oriented ones.
With the therapist I've talked to, not as like a person that went to therapy, but a lot of them genuinely believe they shouldn't give you try to give you any solutions. They're like, oh, you should come up with like solutions yourself. And I'm like, if you do that with like most people, they're not gonna come up
Oh,
with
what
shit.
the fuck? Trump is doing pump fun.
What?
No way.
Oh my!
Just go look at his timeline.
Oh my!
Is that you're not for real, are you? Is this bullshit?
No, I'm for real. He's selling a quote unquote Trump meme, and he's selling it with crypto.
Oh my god.
And it's
Oh,
using
again?
Solana.
Not literally on pump fun, but get your Trump now. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
$ Trump. This is a pump fun thing. Solana garbage. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that shit.
word.
Don't touch that one.
Trump, why are you doing this, man?
So Adrian, when are we launching dump.ass?
Don't fucking do it.
God.
It's a good idea, but
Yeah, then you have to launch a preview for that though, so you can stake the dump.ass. You have to no, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna launch a thing before dump.ass. Dump.ass is gonna be the final thing. You have to stake dump truck to create dump.ass.
This is so bad.
This is the
It's not
thing.
using
We
pump
just
fun,
made
it's
this up,
using
by the way.
bootstrap.
This is 100% a troll. This does not exist. Right? None of us are building any of this bullshit. We were just trolling and explaining how disastrous and bullshitty most of Solana actually is. I do exactly what we just did.
We
do that, you're probably gonna lose money. Just
all of us were making like a joke in private about how we're gonna start a project called dump.ass, where when you go on the main website, it literally tells you we will scam you, and you will lose all your money.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
We're just like looking at it saying, what if a crypto project, but everybody is scamming everybody and everybody knows? Like, just because most of the crypto projects are all fucking scams. I can say 99% of them all are fucking scams. So, like,
This one.
it's disgusting. That's why I don't get in on it, so, like, fuck that shit.
Oh, I wish Trump wouldn't get into this, man. This is so bad.
Bro, seriously, of all things, fucking tokens? He should launch something better, like, fucking, dude.
Well, okay, I think it's a valid question of whether it's actually real, though. I'm only seeing screenshots. I'm not seeing a link to his actual.
No, it's not. He
Oh,
just
that
literally
turns
posted
you
it
up,
on his
bro.
timeline. At real Donald Trump. With
yeah,
the
I see
fucking,
it. I see
gray
it.
logo
Yeah,
thing.
I literally see it on his website.
All right.
Not web. I
Then
literally
that's
see it on his
what's happening.
Twitter. X. I mean, yeah.
Do I counter
Come on,
signal
man.
this? Do I counter signal this? I don't know. Do I lose followers? MAGA
Nah, I
followers?
think just
by
don't even
counter-signaling
touch
this?
it. Don't do anything.
No,
with it.
just don't touch it. Don't say anything about it. And just
bring more
let it go.
attention to it, right? If you touch it, yeah.
Anyone who
Hey,
thinks it's
well,
okay.
At least-
under the
at least
scrutiny of
he
the
said-
SEC.
At least he says he's gonna be pro crypto.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, okay, yeah.
Wow.
At least he's putting
Okay.
it where his mouth.
I see how we're playing with this. I see how we're doing it. This guy's like,
And I will
this guy's
slowly
100%.
move more crypto.
This guy
into
represents like
this.
an old account, and he's degenning on like crypto spaces. It's like going into places.
I
and
feel
he's
like
just
you
like
could
getting
make
shit.
a lot of money doing this just by dumping it. You know, you buy like $10,000 worth of it right now, and then you sell it in like 5 minutes. Okay, I guarantee you will make like 50% of that.
Obviously, don't fucking do that shit. That's horrible.
Do not do that. Do not
Okay,
do
but
that.
don't. Yeah, we shouldn't be telling people that stuff.
Yeah, like
So
no. Even if it's absolutely fucking sarcasm, people are dumb enough to actually look at that and say,
You'll lose all your
well,
money.
actually, I'm like, cool. If you do that shit, you're going to unlock a free friend at the IRS and
Alright.
the SEC.
Yep.
All right,
It's
so
illegal.
on the website, it says Trump memes are intended to function as an expression of support for and engagement with the ideals and beliefs embodied by the symbol Trump and the associated artwork, and are not intended to be or to be the subject of an investment opportunity, investment contract, or security of any type. GetTrumpMemes.com is not political and has nothing to do with any political campaign or any political office or governmental agency.
Why is he promoting a government account?
what a
Good
disclaimer.
question. It's a good disclaimer, I will say. But it is a government account, so like,
It's not a government account. It's an official
It is a
account.
government account.
Yeah, not yet. It's not until Monday.
Yes.
On Monday it will be.
True, yeah. That is correct. Yeah.
But
That's actually correct.
but
It has
he
the great
doesn't-
check mark.
If he doesn't delete it before Monday, that raises interesting questions about whether it can be left up.
Well, I mean,
to
I don't know.
people.
I don't think it would be a governmental account because they have like an official government account, right? Like he was.
It's the same. I think it would be exactly the same as with his when it was Twitter. His Twitter account was deemed to be a presidential account because he was using it to communicate. Like unless he starts using it purely for personal stuff, I think it
Yeah,
would be
but
treated the same.
he has also a POTUS account, right? So there's a POTUS account as well. Couldn't it be said that that's the official account?
True, but here's the thing. It has a great check mark, so by that extension, it literally signals that it is an official government account.
Right.
Yep.
It's true that it technically isn't one of them, but I don't know, man.
Interesting timing. They're all off today or tomorrow and the day after.
Do you think he will ever change his like profile picture, or if he's just gonna keep it at that one?
I would keep it at that one. It's hilarious.
I keep it at that one. Yeah, it's great.
Don't change it, man. It's actually fascinating. If you screenshotted something he said in the past and you post it today, people won't even believe that that's like very, very old. Same profile, same thing, everything. So much change.
Yeah.
Which is great. You want consistency.
Pump fun. Jesus Christ.
Why did you say that shit? It's not pump fun. Fuck that.
Well, it's the same thing as a moonshot. Pump fun is just shorthand.
Nah, it's a little different. How is it different? Majorly different. First of all, it's not the fucking site.
They're getting sued, I think.
Yes.
Well, it's
That is
celebrate
true.
our win and have fun.
By the way, did you guys hear what's happening with the TikTok ban?
Yes, we did. I think everybody
Is
did.
there an update
Oh, yeah,
that
they
came in?
Yeah,
Just now?
they're upholding it in the Supreme Court, but basically both Biden and Trump are saying they won't enforce the law.
It's not up to them to enforce the law. It's up to the Supreme Court.
No, it is actually up to them. It's up to the Attorney General. No, it's up to the Supreme Court to say whether the law is constitutional or not. But the executive branch is the one that actually enforces federal laws.
Okay, so I guess they won't prosecute. Does that mean TikTok gets to stay alive a bit longer?
We don't know because it's a lot of trust me bros, right?
And yeah, that's something that TikTok, if I was them, I'd shut it down anyway because I don't want to get into more trouble, right?
Well, no,
If I was them.
TikTok would probably be fine. The problem
Yeah,
is
but
that
if I was TikTok, if I was the CEO, I'd be like, oh, fuck it, shut it down anyway because I don't want, more issues.
yeah, but TikTok's not really the big issue here, right? For them, it's not actually a massive issue. It's more an issue for the service providers, right? So
Oh, and by the way, this just happened just now. The federal court has just ruled that DACA is illegal.
what?
Yeah, DACA is fucking illegal.
What?
Yeah, ABC just broke it. Holy shit, that is
Holy fuck.
huge.
Is it a national ruling? Do you have a link?
It's on ABC. Mass deportations incoming.
Wow.
Wow.
Deferred action for childhood arrivals, U.S. immigration policy.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I would, not assume that the ruling coming out means that that's the law immediately.
Yeah.
But is something to watch for sure. Wow.
By the way,
That's a good thing. That's
By
a
the
good
way,
thing.
what about that corporate like transparency thing? That was ruled
What about it?
unconstitutional.
Oh, that, yeah. I think.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah, everything was put on hold, is my understanding. I anticipate with the new administration,
Yeah,
we're not going to see.
Yeah, so
further extension.
about that, you know how you have like company, you had to like register with what was it again? FinCEN, I think.
Mhm.
And January 1st, 2025. So it was ruled unconstitutional, and then you didn't have to register that. But what happens if later on it's deemed that it was constitutional? Do you get fined then for not having registered it on time, or no?
So, you're entitled to fair notice of what the law is. So if a court has ruled that something is legal, or that a law doesn't apply, or that it's unconstitutional, then you're covered by that in the interim before that changes, unless the court says otherwise via its orders. So, like, sometimes they'll say, like, we're not going to put this into effect until it's been resolved on appeal, because we know that it's going to go up. But generally speaking, you get some cover during the period of time when it's on appeal.
Okay, I see. But yeah, the DACA shit is wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I anticipate some political turmoil over that.
Especially
is-
since Trump said that he wanted to work out a deal for DACA, because like the people have been living in the U.S. for a very
You live
long
here
time.
your whole fucking life.
You got
Yeah.
him.
Well, yeah, I don't think he needs to change that
Yeah,
position, but what it definitely does is change his negotiating power in that situation, right? In terms of who he wants to allow and keep, and if if it's all unconstitutional, then drawing a narrower line might be something that's on the table, and that might be what he wants or what other people want. So, it just puts him in more of a power position to decide what happens instead of being bound by a previous admin's orders. Although he can override those anyways. We can talk
they
about
could
that
they could
another
just
time.
send them all to Greenland after it's bought. Just kidding.
My fucking god.
They're going through with it, by the way. The Greenland deal. That's happening.
They're negotiating it, I think.
It will happen.
Ushered in a new era of American imperialism.
Yeah, why not?
Interesting.
Why not? America needs
to
retain its imperial status, because China is not gonna, sit back.
With the way the rest of the world is going, I can think of worse entities to be in a leadership position.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need that balance. We need that balance a lot. A lot of people don't realize that, and a weakened Europe is not in, Europe is fucked anyway, so fuck Europe, but America needs to step up, and America cannot become as weak as Europe, otherwise China will keep on rising, and there will be nothing to counter it. I'm not anti-China either, right? Just to be clear, I do think there needs to be a balance, and America is that counterbalance.
I'm not anti-China, I'm just anti-CCP.
Oh my god.
I really like China. I really like the Chinese people. They're very, very intelligent, very hardworking.
I've had a lot.
I'm Chinese.
Okay. What am I supposed
I
to
just
do
saw
with that?
something. I'm gonna send you guys something. Gotta watch this.
Alright,
This is awesome.
let's see.
With sound, of course.
Good.
That's pretty good, huh?
Did you see the one on Red Note where like the Chinese were asking the Americans if Americans had to
Can I
call?
post that? I'm gonna steal. It's beautiful.
If you want to, sure, 100%. I just can't guarantee your safety if you do.
I don't care.
Did you see that thing where the Chinese were asking the Americans like, is it true that if you call an ambulance, you get charged $1,000 or more for it, or is that just propaganda from our government?
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Could you say that again?
Oh.
Yeah, so the Chinese were like, we think this is propaganda from our government, but we want you guys to.
What is true? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it is true. It
It is
is
fucking true. Yeah.
Such a good take. Wow.
The Chinese ask questions like that because they don't believe the
No.
American healthcare system is that bad,
Oh, yeah.
and then the
They
Americans
just believe that I couldn't be as bad.
Yeah.
It's free in Canada. You don't have to pay anything for the
No.
ambulance.
It's free, but
You gotta wait 6 months for an ambulance to arrive in Canada,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know.
Well, yeah, that's.
It's free, but it sucks. The shit thing about Canada is that private hospitals aren't allowed to do anything that the public hospitals
Yeah,
do.
I'm about to
That's
ditch
the top
that.
shit part. So even if you have money to get some better service, they're
Okay.
not legally allowed to provide it.
Okay.
Enough of that. In Canada, you need a family doctor. If
I guess
if you
I
have a family
cancel-
doctor, you can see a doctor pretty much
I guess I
instantly.
cancel
No big
the
deal,
rest.
right? And a lot of
Yeah, I guess I
Canadians do
cancel
have a family
the rest.
doctor, but millions of Canadians do not have a family doctor, and they have to be on waiting lists that can literally be years long. It is insane, and many of them simply die of treatable diseases
guess I
as a
cancel
result
the
of it. There's a news report that came out from CTV today, right, showing how they opened up a new clinic in some small town in Canada, and 1,000 people showed up, and only about 500 of them got admitted to being able to be seen by that doctor because the waiting lists are just too goddamn long. Canada's healthcare system is completely fucked. Say what you will about America it being expensive and all,
Oh.
but at least it doesn't have waiting lists that are ridiculous.
I cancel the rest.
America has the best healthcare system if you do your own research and you have a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Other than that, it sucks ass. But it is actually the best in the world if you do have the money.
You got all the specialists and stuff. Now, Dubai, I would say, is maybe the second best at this point. It's pretty similar to the American healthcare system.
I don't know.
You get
I don't know.
state-of-the-art doctors.
I would say Singapore is probably better.
Singapore has issues if you're not insured. I was insured when I was there, corporation, right? So no big deal. But if you're not insured, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, but if you're living in Singapore,
My
you're probably
telephone
insured.
number?
Yeah, I mean, you're working for a company. Yeah, you're going to be covered. It's free. Well, not free. You're paying like 10% of your salary to it. So,
Yeah, but it's also good quality. But
Yeah, it is good quality.
Dubai is very up there.
Dubai is amazing because it's partially funded by, not funded, but subsidized through taxes, right? So even if you are a foreigner, so if you're like a citizen, which, you have to be an Emirati to be a citizen, it's free, right? But if you are a foreigner, which the majority of people here are, you don't have to be insured. I'm not insured. I don't need to be because I don't see the doctor every fucking day. It's not that expensive anyway because it is partially subsidized by the government. So they do subsidize the costs. That's a fantastic use of tax money. I think.
Also, if you're a world leading doctor for anything really,
you could probably apply for Emirati citizenship.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's
if,
very rare,
if
but
it-
yeah, they do offer them. Yeah,
yeah, they offer them to people that greatly benefit the country. So
scientists and doctors,
scientists, doctors, entrepreneurs. That
artists. Yeah,
yeah.
not even entrepreneurs. Actually, not even entrepreneurs.
They hand it out to some entrepreneurs. But if you're some guy that
there is like one Indian guy who's like an ultra billionaire, and he doesn't even have a citizenship. He has a golden visa.
Yeah. No, they don't hand it out that easily. But if they see like your great benefit to the country,
irreplaceable essentially.
yeah, like Patel Durov, they gave him a citizenship.
Yep.
I know Kevin O'Leary, they gave him citizenship. Yeah, they do occasionally hand it out. But if you are a leading doctor in some tasks, like you're the world's best heart surgeon or something, they will probably
you can get
give
it.
you.
You apply for it. Yeah.
Yep.
So they also have a special program for the golden visas. Now, to get a golden visa, you need to invest in property for like 2 million dirham, which is pretty doable. You've got money. But beyond that, you can also apply for like a special kind of golden visa. It's the exact same thing, but it's a different process. So you can be an artist, a musician, a computer programmer, something like that. Someone who is not ultra exceptional, but is up there, right? So someone below Pavel Durov could apply for that and probably get it. So someone like Lindsay Lohan, for example, I think she's got one of those. Although she is married to an Emirati, so I don't think she really needs it.
I'm a fan of Singapore. They seem
Yeah, I
pretty
like
sweet.
Singapore too.
It's a sluggish economy now, though.
That's partly because they've made it more difficult for successful people to move there.
Yes, they have. By a lot. I was planning to move there. Yeah.
Yeah. They have
Oh,
made
damn.
it very,
Okay.
very difficult for successful people to move there because a lot of Singaporeans were basically complaining about how many rich people were moving in and bringing up the price of housing prices. So,
And they're not building anything. They're a fucking island.
yeah, the Singapore government was basically forced to restrict the number of successful people it lets in. It's easier to kind of get in as like an employee hired as by a Singaporean company than it is to be like an entrepreneur.
Yep, I can personally attest to that.
Yeah.
And also, nobody wants to live in a HDB. HDBs are those government subsidized flats. They're restricted more or less for like Singaporean citizens, right? And you don't want to live there. They're terrible.
I think they also have they're also allowed for permanent residence. I forgot what it was called. Was it called
Yes,
PR?
3 years. You work there for 3 years, you can apply for it. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get. It's pretty easy to get if you work for a corporation.
Yeah, not as much for entrepreneurs, successful people. Yeah.
No, you don't want
It's
that.
super
You have to pay
difficult. Yeah.
stupid taxes and stuff. It's just,
Yeah.
it's really not worth it. If you're wealthy and you want to move somewhere, don't move to Singapore. They will tax you through the ass. So it's just not worth it. Go to Dubai.
Yeah.
Or go to Monaco. If you can really, really, really afford it,
it's
go to
the
Monaco.
best
It's nice. And there's also zero taxes there. So, but again, living there, you're gonna be, want to be
Singapore also, if you decide to give up, if you decide to get citizenship in Singapore,
I was
you
looking forward to it.
you have to give up all your other citizenships.
Yeah,
And
they're doing a lot of dual citizenships, which is a
and you
bullshit thing. Yeah.
and you also have to
It's too bad. I was looking forward to it.
you also have to do military
Yeah,
service.
too novel.
So your descendants, even with permanent residence, if you get permanent residence, you don't have to do military service, but your children, even with
Your children
permanent
have to.
residence, yes, they have to.
Yep.
Sorry, T-Mobile.
Yeah, I did some jurisdictional research a while ago, and there were a few
Otherwise, I
different
would
places
call
that
you.
were appealing to me, and there are also some in like Central and South America.
El Salvador's good.
That,
That's
Yeah,
too
so
bad.
El
Salvador is a very nice
So I
one.
can take
Yeah,
the first, but my
Costa
number one
Rica is
really
also
good.
very interesting. They have kind of a lack of regulation around a lot of things, and basically the way the law works is like if you're not doing business with Costa Rican residents, then you're exempt. So
You
that's
could also go to
Yeah, I'm about
Taiwan.
to ditch Verizon.
Yeah, but that's Taiwan, though.
Why is that an issue?
What are you up to tonight?
Obvious reasons.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think
good to
China's
know.
gonna invade.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
It's too bad. I was looking
Like
forward
half
to
the
it.
country wants
Sorry,
to be
I couldn't
reunited
decide
with
to
China,
put my
so
number
I don't
really
think it's
high.
half the country. The majority
Lost
the
100.
majority of the country does not want to be
Well, the
reunited.
money doesn't want to be.
Yeah, that's true. Half
The riffraff want to be.
half the business people don't want to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Taiwan also it's like 40 any income you make outside of Taiwan, they don't tax that. So if you have income outside of Taiwan, they don't tax that.
Yeah. The weather sucks.
that's real.
Malaysia is also like that, I think, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Malaysia, as long as
It's
you
hard to get. It's actually really hard to get a PR status in Malaysia. Surprisingly enough.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean like if you live there.
Yeah, you can live there. Yeah, but it doesn't really help you if you're an entrepreneur, because if you want to open a business there, your business has to be like 30% owned by local, and that's not something you really want to deal with unless you're Elon Musk, in which case you get a nice exemption, right? But
Yeah.
most people will not get that exemption.
Right.
So not super great, but not the worst. I mean, it's tolerable, I suppose. But
I mean,
also the quality of life is a lot lower than Dubai. So
Yeah,
why would you?
that's true.
I mean, if you have to choose,
Sure.
it's like, okay, you want really nice quality of life, or you want a place that's more, I don't know, tropical, then Dubai is better. Plus, Dubai is in the center of everything. It's 6 hours to Tokyo, 6 hours to Europe. It's not bad. It's really good if you're
Yeah.
a business person. You can live here, and then if you want to go on a business trip, it's super easy to get anywhere in the world because you just fly Emirati Airlines, and anything you buy contributes to the points that you make through Emirati. So it's fantastic.
Emirates, the Emirates airline.
Yeah,
Are
like
the
I
absolute
bought a bunch of
best.
stuff this week, and I got a shit ton of points from Emirates. It's like, oh, I basically got a nice free plane ticket to Tokyo as a result of that. That's awesome. So you're incentivized to live here and spend your money here, and you don't pay taxes, and you get to fly anywhere if you spend money here for essentially for free. That's a really nice deal.
Yeah. Kind of wish more countries did what the UAE is doing.
Mm-hmm. It's a model for the future, honestly. Even for sustainable energy, they just launched a solar power plant that has like massive amounts of storage, like biggest in the world, and that is where they want to, that's where they're taking the world right now. If we're talking about sustainable energy, I mean, they're building nuclear, and they have the solar power plants, and they have the storage, and they're future-proofing it for AI. Right? They're talking some crazy amount, like 500 megawatts of storage in the future by 2050. So energy is incredibly cheap here. That's another thing if you're, a startup or anything really. I mean, like, I live near a bunch of offices, and none of them even bother to turn off their lights at night because they don't have to. It's so cheap.
Oh my god.
What's funny?
Hold on, let me send this to the group chat.
I think I found the Descartes Street.
Let's see this. has like 3 filaments in it, and they are very hot, they overheat, and they will probably break within 6 months, right? Even though they have a 15-year lifespan, supposedly. But the heat kills it because it just gets too hot. And so what His Royal Highness did was, he designed this thing with Philips, and they made like a 3-filament bulb, a 2-filament bulb, and they're not actually 2 filaments. It's like 3 watts, but it's got like fucking 9 filaments on it. And so they run them at like half the voltage, and so it runs cold. That's what's so interesting about it. So because it runs cold, it uses the same amount of electricity as your regular 3-watt bulb, but it will last you probably 15 years because it runs cold. And they have a 5-year patent on it. Well, yeah, I guess it's a patent, and they're not allowed to sell it outside of Dubai. So the only place you can buy these lamps is in Dubai, and they're so efficient, incredibly bright. That's the thing.
Also, did you know that they don't make Philips themselves don't make shit off any of the.
It's just a whole like holding company. Yeah.
Because it's anything light bulb related is owned by a company called Signify.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be a part of Philips, which they spun off. So if you don't know, Philips Hue, like the light bulb business, is run by like Signify. Philips was responsible for starting basically the modern semiconductor industry. They started both TSMC and ASML, the 2 most important companies in the semiconductor industry. And then they literally just sold off all their shares for barely anything.
Yep.
And any Philips product you use in your day-to-day life was sold off to a Chinese manufacturer. Every single one of those just is allowed to use the Philips name.
Yep.
So, the Philips
I do love the
company
Philips
is like
bulbs here, though. They're good. They're called Dubai bulbs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously. Look it up. They're real, and they're incredibly efficient, and they're sustainable. That's kind of the goal of making technology here, right? The development of stuff here is for it to be good and sustainable. So they don't suffer from, like most bulbs, they burn out because they're kind of designed to, right? It's planned obsolescence. They don't believe in that here. They don't, in Dubai, we don't believe in planned obsolescence. That's a shit fucking idea.
Future proofing, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, everything's future proofed. It's great. It lasts long.
When is it?
Yeah. That's what.
When is it going to be allowed to other countries?
5 years. 5-year period. Yeah. And then they'll be able to export it. Yeah.
Damn, 5 years. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be living on Mars by then.
The only place to get in is here. You can come here, buy a bulb, and travel back with it or whatever if you want.
Mars is gonna be wild.
Nintendo Switch 2.
Transfer window is gonna be like every 2 years, I think, to Mars. Yeah, it's up 2.2.
I'm just looking at that stupid meme. It's so good.
I like that one.
I feel like that one could definitely be shared.
Yep, I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna put it at the top. So if you guys wanna retweet it, that'd be fine.
The Nintendo correlation cannot be denied.
Exactly.
Trump is going to shut down birthright citizenship. About damn time.
Highly unlikely.
Why? I think it makes sense. Half the world, doesn't have birthright citizenship.
He would have to change the constitution, which would be.
I don't like magic dirt. The idea that America's this magic dirt. You arrive there, you get born, then you're an American citizen. That's
but
silly.
if the problem is.
You got to take that up with the founders.
Exactly. You got to take that up.
They're brought to
Also,
changing that, and it
not No, well, yeah, but the founders specifically made it very, very difficult to change the constitution. For a somewhat good reason. It's kind of
18th
biting.
Amendment, 19th,
It's kind of
13th.
yeah.
Oh yeah, we can. It's been a while since we've done it, and it takes a lot of political
That should be
momentum.
the 28th. The 28th.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the 20th Amendment, do you see Biden just unilaterally declared that ERA is the 20th Amendment? Like, he can't do that.
He can't. Well, he can say that they're going to try.
He can say it, but it's not true. Yeah, it's not ratified by Congress.
Exactly. He can't. Well, it takes a lot more than the ratification of Congress to get an amendment passed.
Yeah, but he and Kamala are out there.
You need to do it on. You need to do it in Congress, and then the states need to certify it too.
Yeah. You need like 3/4 of it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never happened.
Both.
Or
the House and
well,
the Senate.
okay, the more realistic path for it happening is something called a constitutional convention. That's a real thing that can happen. It's risky though, because when you have a constitutional convention, that's like the original constitutional convention, and you can come out of it with an entirely different constitution. It's not just one amendment up for debate. It is potentially a rewriting of the Bill of Rights and everything else. So I don't think it's necessarily the ideal path for something like that to take, but that is the other option.
I don't know if you want to trust anyone with the Constitution that's currently in Congress.
I agree. 100%.
Right. I mean, you literally have half of them saying that we need to put restrictions on the First Amendment, so.
The idea is not to touch it at all, especially when they tell you that it is outdated. Literally, though, like the excuse to say that it's outdated makes no sense.
No.
Oh, the wording.
That's what they were trying to warn us
The
about.
wording was a little different. We're gonna have to change that, because it has to be actualized to the modern day. It's like, okay, but nobody understands the definition of actualized.
Ollie's here, by the way.
But there is an issue with someone coming into the country illegally and then just being born.
That's Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What's up, buddy?
someone coming in illegally and then having the child
Hey,
give
Bob.
birth, and then
Anchor
that
babies.
child just automatically becomes
Yes,
a
anchor
citizen.
babies.
That is a problem, but the way that the Constitution is written, that's very difficult to fix.
Right, and it's a constitutional issue that actually creates a separate constitutional crisis, because then it's the issue of separating children from parents. And the children are citizens, so like it creates the legal crisis.
But also it does actually also protect Americans in some way, because the only circumstance under which the U.S. government can't denaturalize you is if you were born into the country. Every other circumstance, if you naturalize or anything else, they can denaturalize you. Although that is a very difficult process, but in theory they could. Yeah, it's rare for now, but who knows about the future?
Oh.
You piss somebody off enough, though.
Mass deportations. Hell yeah.
Well, it can be used in that way for now, but what about later on, when someone you don't like?
So the question is, where do they deport stateless entities?
They can't.
Well, that's a huge problem in international law.
You can't deport stateless people because they don't have a country.
They rip apart their passport and then they come in.
No, that's different from a stateless.
Or the solution, we create a country that's called stateless. Just
We can send them to Svalbard.
Send them to
Oh my God.
the barge, the floating barge called Sealand,
Okay, guys, this is how you get a Mexican Joker.
Oh my god, yeah.
My
South Park
God.
episode.
No, that's how you get Smoker's Island from Waterworld.
Let's just send them to an island, maybe Australia.
I think to Alda's point though, things like impeachments used to be extraordinarily rare, and now it seems like
Every president getting
they'll
impeached.
take it at every opportunity.
Yeah. So yeah, that is the huge risk of like getting rid of that in the future, but possibly like political enemies could literally just be denaturalized as traitors. If you take that away.
I mean, as is, we can execute traitors. That's one of the other crimes people have been talking about, like, oh, you can only be executed for murder, but actually treason is also on that list.
I would, I as like a habit kind of, lean towards like, let's not give the government too much power. Because a government that has the power to give you everything has the power to take away everything.
Agreed.
Depends if they use their power for good or bad. But that's
Yeah, all governments will eventually lead towards bad.
It's just how it works.
Yes.
Because there's not always going to be the same. There's not always going to be the same version of power that exists.
This is literally
change.
the foundation. This is literally the foundation upon which the U.S. has been built upon. The founding fathers were literally founded the country on the idea that humans are flawed, humans are shit. So every other revolution was founded on the idea of we're gonna burn down the previous system and we're gonna start from scratch, and this time everything's gonna be perfect because we started from scratch and we burnt down all the corruption from the last administration.
But I thought that
fathers,
America was founded on those bullshit words that are written on the Statue of Liberty. Kidding.
The Statue of Liberty came later. But
I know.
the founding fathers were basically like, humans are pieces of shit, humans are corrupt, humans are corruptible, and eventually things can get bad, so let's create a system that specifically splits up the power. Senators have, are elected every 6 years, so they're not as affected by votes. Supreme Court judges, they're given life to give political independence. All of these things were because they didn't trust that the system, if it was built ideally, would last. So, you can't really trust the government to be good forever.
On my how's Dexter? How's Dexter?
Also, Jordan, what's up with you starting like 10 organizations on X?
He's building an empire.
There's no comment.
So if you have to do that.
What are these fucking comics, man?
I'll send you my my Discord later. I need to reactivate it.
Oh, did you shut down your Discord?
Not really. It's just I forgot my password.
Who are you running from?
How's Dexter? I said my event tomorrow was cancelled. If you wanna, didn't we? I guess it was.
Yeah.
I want to run both from and to the internet.
Dude, I swear this algorithm is extremely reactive. The moment I look at something to deal with like anything art animation, then my entire timeline turns into some really freaky shit.
Yeah,
click on James Lindsay's profile, and now all I get is drama.
You should see when Adrian sends you a single German post. What happens to the algorithm then?
The algorithm is way too reactive. Like I said, it just, I click on this guy's profile and I see that he's tweeting about drama, and now my whole timeline is filled with this bullshit drama.
There's a way to fix this. Lists. I have tons and tons of lists.
I have a college room.
I would love if we could have like the TikTok algorithm on X.
Yeah, better.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
I have a college ring.
I don't know. I feel like it's like a brain rot injector or something. I don't know.
No, not really. What it is good at is it's really good at identifying subcultures and throwing you into a subculture where you belong. And then the subcultures are just
Not really.
after the subculture becomes big enough, other people kind of see it, and that's when brain rot starts. This is actually how new words are formed in languages as well.
Cats are cuter than dogs.
I have a college room.
What? Oh, cats are cuter than dogs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
I like things the cats can do, like climb a tree or like jump up and stuff like that. Dogs can't really do that. But
I
some
can't.
dogs are amazing. I love certain dogs.
Dogs are kind of stupid.
But when it comes to love and loyalty, no one has rebelled like a dog.
Yeah, they're very loyal animals. Yes, they love you.
I love cats.
Hi, Ortel. It's John. This is another number that I have that I don't actually use, but I am messaging you on here now. So if you do want to call me or chat, I still would love to take you out for dinner tomorrow if you're free. Bye. This is another number I have. Hi, Ortel. It's John. Sorry, Hi, Ortel.
There's different species of rodents, and they fucked them all up, man. Nothing's living there anymore, no rodents. I guess that's like a mouse problem. No more mouse problem. We got an army of 6 cats now. There is no mouse problem.
Nice.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna put a bunch of poisonous traps there and everything, and then the wrong thing eats it. Like, let's say the bird eats it, and you're just like killing the super rare species of bird that's challenged anyways. Now, ironically enough, you are in fact causing a bit of harm to the birds, but the realization is you are killing more of the mice, and that sustain the cats than you do, have the cats actually go after the birds. Even though technically we have, a bunch of cats there, the bird population actually went up because various rodents that normally are pests there fuck with the birds more than the cats do. Yep.
Yeah, they eat bird eggs.
Yeah. I mean, look, if the cat catches an occasional bird, that just happens because the bird is not flying fast enough. But like, it's not going to eat the eggs.
Yeah. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah. So I like cats from that perspective. They don't ask for much, but they do a whole lot. And if you train them right, as in you just like literally treat them, you have to treat them kind of human in a sense as well. Communicate with them a little bit. Do a little this, do a little that. Tell it not to do various shit, but it will do annoying stuff every now and then. Like one of my cats once had diarrhea. And for reasons that I don't quite understand, is it literally took the one place which is the hardest to clean out. It didn't shit in like a corner or something or in a carpet. No. Yeah, I have a sliding door, and it's literally shit inside of the door frame. The level of accuracy on that was incredible. I was stuck there until fucking 1 a.m. almost, like 1 a.m., cleaning that shit out because it was fucking disgusting. It smelled so bad. Like, the cat was just like there, the door was open, just proceeds to shit straight into the door frame. It could have just gone outside, man. No, door frame it is. Like, you know how hard it is for a cat to shit into that small of a door frame, but it somehow did it.
Wow. Amazing. That must have traumatized you because you told that story before a couple times.
Yeah, it was fucking annoying, man. Fucking thing shut in the door frame. Like, who expects that? Like, damn. Or, like, jumps on you while you're playing video games randomly.
Oh, yeah.
This happened to me, like, this one time I was playing, like, Call of Duty, and I was, like, so locked in, I was basically destroying everything that was in my path, and the cat jumped on me, and I fucking, like, diverted that shit. I was like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. It's some fucking Spider-Man deflection shit right there. It was not good. But yeah. Those cats were so wise, they'd always go on a walk with me.
Sorry, I have a lot of phones.
Yeah, mine did too. They'd follow me down the road and stuff. That was great.
You can put a collar on.
Mine is good and will run inside after about 10 feet. He'll get curious and step out, but then he just wants to go back inside. I prefer it that way, honestly.
Freaking house cat.
Mine is like that. The other one's like the complete opposite. We'll just go explore.
Yeah, I have 2 cats, and one of them goes outside, the other one just stays inside forever.
Yep.
He gets scared when he goes
I'll
outside.
put mine in my garage, though, if I get mice. It works real well.
Nice.
That's funny. Puts in garage, nice, problem gone.
Yeah, I just set up a
Sorry,
little
I have a
heater
lot
there,
of
so
bugs
he's got a warm
as
area
I
to hang
film
out,
the
make sure he's
podcast
got
this
fresh
movie,
food,
we
water,
will
litter
watch
box, and
that.
everything, and I just let him hang out and do his thing for a couple days, and then the mice are gone.
Perfect.
The cats do.
Oh, it was reading so hard today.
The poop has a tail. It's fine.
Oh my god.
You know, in Europe, in the Middle Ages, they used to keep cats, and then for some stupid reason, they decided to go kill all of them, and that's when the plague started.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because of the rat.
Rat problems, yep. They were preferring to live among rats like idiots. Meanwhile, plague never happened in the Middle East because they actually kept cats.
Movie of Elon Musk on X.
Smart.
Yep.
Desert creatures.
Yep. They can live anywhere. Pretty adaptable.
Oh, very true. But that, especially the domestic cats that we have are mostly descended from desert cats.
Yep. They're fantastic animals. They eat rats.
Oh,
they keep your house basically clean.
If you have a sick stomach,
Like, if you live in a medieval house and it's all wide
Oh, yeah.
open and stuff, yeah, you want to have a cat. You want to have a few cats.
Mine is
if you have a sick
control,
stomach,
just
have
overall
some
pest
tea.
control, and also just very soft and fuzzy and cute.
Yep. They have grown alongside humans, evolved alongside us, and that's why we should respect cats. The Egyptians got it. They understood it. The Arabs get it. They get it a lot. They have a lot of cats. They're cute. They're really cute. And they don't bother anybody.
Exactly.
Dogs, oh man, what a menace.
Yeah, they can be temperamental to say the least.
Sorry, I'm filming up.
It's all about training.
Which is unnecessary if you have a cat.
And whatever you do, pit bulls are strictly a bioweapon, okay? And people need to understand that. If you give a pit bull raw meat, okay? Social experiment. Don't do this, by the way. Don't do this. Again, don't do this, by the way. But if you were to give a pit bull raw meat, like you give him a big steak, right? You have him go at it, and then you take that shit away from him. Boy.
Fight you for it.
Boy, it's gonna forget its master so quick, man. Oh, do that a bunch of times, and it's gonna keep forgetting you and not remember. And well, I mean, you are a lot of meat. That's all I'm gonna say. And people have been eaten by these things, so.
Yep.
We've talked a little bit about dogs' physical security, and I think that, a pit bull, I agree, there are some potential temperamental issues, and sometimes situations happen that are outside of your control. Like, I had a friend whose pit bull murdered her cat when she was gone one day, and, it just, wasn't something that was anticipated based on knowing the dog at all. It was the sweetest dog. I had met her and watched them both at different times, and everything seemed fine, but wrong day, wrong situation, the prey drive gets triggered, and they'll go after something. I really do love pit bull mixes, though, and if they're mixed with other breeds and have a more balanced temperament, they're fantastic protectors and companions, and they're not the same kind of danger. So I love pit mixes.
I don't recommend
Pit
it at all.
lab is absolutely my favorite.
I read a story from 3 days ago where a 4-year-old boy was mauled to death by 2 pit bulls. New York. Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, I think a huge part of the problem is that a lot of pit bulls have been bred for aggressive purposes, and so aggressive temperament has been bred into a certain extent, and it's just not possible to just totally get rid of that with raising them right, or just social conditioning. And so really I think that there maybe needs to be if dog breeders were more intentional, maybe it could be fixed, but I just don't think there's the same motivation, because the reason people will pay a lot of money for a pit bull is because they will get that aggressive, big, muscly dog. They want the freakish and aggressive pit bull they can find because they want it for, ultra protection. But the thing is a dog that, can understand you better and will be more loyal to you is probably going to be better protection in the long run, because they're not going to be a threat to you or your family or anybody else.
Protection purposes, a dog is a douche is very nice.
I read a lot of these stories where, someone has adopted a pit bull from a shelter from when they were puppies or whatever, and they put them in a fucking diaper, and they make them look cute. And then you read about them 2 years down the line, and these are pit bull advocates. You read about them down the line, they're like, yeah, I lost 5 fingers to a dog. Had to put it down.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it happens. People think they know what they're getting when they get a pit bull from when it's a puppy, and yeah, it's probably nice 99% of the time, but the 1% of the times when you lose your fingers or worse, they kill you. Or they go after the neighborhood child and maul him, bite half his face off.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever get a pit bull. I like the more mild temperament animals.
Yeah. No, my half, she's if she gets out, she'll go say hi to people. And be super friendly and just try to make friends with everybody.
Yeah.
But I think that it's the balance of the temperament that's key there. We should maybe try to work on that.
Just get a beagle. Just get a beagle. Some nice dogs.
Yeah. Golden Retriever is also pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty nice for families. Labradors, Black Labs, those are nice.
Yeah. Do not get a pit bull. Do not get a Rottweiler. Do not get a Doberman. Bite your face off.
TBE is very nice too.
If they can overpower you, do not get the dog. It's as simple as that.
And also, don't get a Chihuahua or a rat.
I had Dalmatians growing
Bite you
up.
because
The Dalmatians are also nice. Very, very nice animals.
dogs are annoying though because they bark a lot for no reason.
Your neighborhood. Here's what the neighborhood sounds like. One dog starts to bark, the other dog.
Yeah.
Bark.
I'm a
Yeah.
dog.
That's what I did.
No, I'm a dog.
Of course.
I'm a dog. We're dogs. Then it goes back and forth. It gets worse.
A lot of people mess up with their dogs by training their dogs to speak on command, which is the opposite of what you should do, because if they get encouraged to bark, they will bark more and more and more.
Yep.
If instead you teach your dog a quiet command and you reward them for being quiet, you can stop their barking instantly. Like, my dog is very well behaved. She'll let me know if anybody walks within 5 feet of my property. But if I tell her to be quiet, the barking stops then. So it's just about training and, like, you know, making sure that you're doing the enforcement. Yep.
Exactly.
Because if you do that, then they're gonna learn, like, oh, if I do the right thing, then I'll get
Get a
rewarded
treat.
somehow.
Yes,
right?
or something.
Either
Yeah.
a treat or at least a head pat. And you know, the more you do that, the better behaved they are. And it's about consistency too. Oh my God.
Part of
If
the cats
you're-
to do
you
the
slap, they
reinforcement
get
learning.
confused. Because dogs don't think in terms of like black and white or gray areas, or like, oh, an exception makes sense right now because it's really inconvenient to enforce the rule. They think in terms of always or never. It's either always okay to do something or it's never okay to do something. And so if you are lenient with your dog, then they're going to think that they can always do what they want.
Yeah.
I clicked on a couple of cat accounts, and now my whole timeline is filled with cats.
Good job.
That's funny. Gotta click on some dogs to balance it out now.
Are they cat girl accounts?
No, just cats.
Wait a minute. What are you into?
He wants the robot cat girl, I think. I'm just kidding.
It's just part of like a zeitgeist, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I'm aware.
Everybody wants cat girls at some point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it'd be kinda cool.
Everybody goes through that phase.
I've never really had that phase, to be honest, though. I never really understood that. Like, why would I fuck an animal hybrid? Why would I fuck a human-animal hybrid? I don't understand that. Is that just me? Am I the insane one for that?
Alex Jones.
Yeah. Adrian, you are young. There's a lot of life left.
I am not going to fuck human-animal hybrids.
Listen, if it's like, if it looks like a human, if it looks like a human, if it acts like a human, if it has a consciousness, if it's intelligent life, then who cares?
What the fuck?
Good argument.
Okay, so Outa is on Team Catgirl.
Wait okay, hang on a second. If there are cat girls, would you fuck one? Outa, you.
Ugh.
Yes.
I didn't even ask this guy. He was like, what the fuck?
Straight up yes.
This is yes. Okay. I want to know you specifically. Would you do that?
If they are exactly like a human, and the only difference is that they have cat ears, sure, why not?
What if they had a tail? Is that gonna be weird? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are we going Siamese cat? Like what?
Look, if an alien comes down on Earth and they look anthropomorphic, they look like a human. I don't have an issue with that.
Are we really having this conversation?
I don't have an issue.
Does it have like fur or does it have like no fur? Like what's here?
No fur.
Okay, so that's your deal breaker. Fur is a deal breaker.
Is that hairless cat then?
So basically, you just want a girl who cosplays as a cat. That's all you want.
No. Look.
It's a hairless cat.
Look. If an alien comes down on Earth and they look exactly like a human, let's say, but they don't have the same genetics, what do you think about that?
I don't know,
Who
man.
cares? I mean, they look human, right?
Yeah, they look like human.
Okay.
I mean, what if they have like 6 nipples?
Oh my god.
That's kind of weird.
Dude, I haven't considered that. Now look, I mean, that's not very human though, so I think we're kind of like going with a very specific image here.
But it is cat-like, and I mean, like, there are a lot of variations. There could just be like nubs.
Oh my god.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. Nope. That's something on me.
Okay, Adrian. Alien that looks like a human. And is also intelligent life. Can speak English with you. Or German, whatever the fuck you want. What are you doing?
What do you mean, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I know, I'm gonna have a chat with it, but if it wants to fuck me, I don't know what to do. I'm married, that's gonna be a problem.
Good answer.
Like, if I was unmarried, okay, sure, maybe I'll consider it. Okay, I would have to look out for alien STDs. I don't want to have super AIDS. Like, fuck that.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, I don't want to
We have to be careful here.
Tucker Carlson's new newsletter.
What the fuck? What kind of context is this?
It would probably be super feline leukemia, right?
But that shit is not contagious.
So, Tucker Carlson's new newsletter, the title is Monkey Eating Africans.
What the fuck
Okay,
is...
so-
Whoa!
Okay, but it goes on to state, that's who Anthony Fauci types blamed for the AIDS epidemic. But they, including Fauci himself, had to have known better. As one of the world's leading immunologists, he must have been familiar with the true origin of the first HIV outbreak. In 1957, experimenters ventured to the Congo to test polio vaccines on the natives, administering millions of doses without disclosing the risks. 2 years later, the first major AIDS outbreak took place in the very same city where the vaccine tests occurred. That is a very interesting coincidence, though.
It is.
Oh, I actually know the story. If you look at the AIDS pandemic in the Congo, it lines up almost perfectly with where those polio vaccines were given.
Yeah, makes you realize it was a test to give them AIDS. Yeah, that's one of the theories.
I don't know if it was a test to give them AIDS.
I mean, it could have been engineered.
Well, no, because it was already a virus that was in monkeys.
Okay.
And they used the monkeys to develop the vaccine.
Oh, so was it an accident?
And back then, the technology didn't exist to clean them
Oh,
properly.
fuck. So they may have accidentally unleashed the AIDS virus.
It's very possible it was done accidentally. And they will say that this is untrue because the polio vaccines were tested, but none of the original polio vaccines that were given were tested.
Yeah.
It was only the later versions that were tested way after the cleaning technology was created. But this is just a theory, right? But there is some evidence that there was some cases of AIDS before then, but it's not very clear. But it's very interesting that AIDS did come around the same time.
Yeah, to spread it.
As these.
Yeah. So all the people who got the polio vaccine in the Congo essentially contracted AIDS, and they gave it to a whole bunch of other people. I mean, that's a charitable view on it, you know, like.
When I was growing up, people told me that AIDS came from people fucking monkeys.
Yeah, I was told that too, and that turned out to be false.
Well, it's kind of ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna fuck a monkey, bro?
Yes.
Well, Adrian's talked about the logistics of fighting a monkey. I can't imagine that a monkey would be super into it, and a monkey that's big enough for that is probably going to kick your fucking ass.
It's gonna eat your ass, actually. Because that's what they do to each other's opponents sometimes. There's in some of the jungle parts, there are monkeys that are cannibals. They will get into a fight with a random enemy tribe and then consume one of their members.
Yep. Monkeys are not pleasant animals.
Warfare.
Yeah.
I hate monkeys.
I don't have a problem with them. You just have to intimidate the shit out of them.
Retarded presence that need to be neutralized, but that's just
What the fuck? What?
I do not like monkeys. When I see them, when I look at a monkey, I think you are a spawn of Satan.
What?
You should not exist.
No. I'm
Not
fine
on
with
this
them.
planet. There's
I
only
don't have a problem with
There's only one
monkeys.
tribe allowed on this planet.
I've dealt with many of them. I'm fine with monkeys.
Monkeys. Not like
They're fine. Look, if they roll up as a gang, you know, they're about to like steal shit from your shop. All I'm gonna say, fireworks should be an option. But like,
That's very funny.
Well, have you seen the clips of the monkeys?
Monkeys kidnap children in Thailand.
Yes. You ever heard of the monkey gang
Have
wars?
you seen the clips of the monkeys?
Yeah. They fight over food.
Oh yeah, I heard of that actually.
The monkey gang wars.
The
There's a
monkeys
bunch. There's a
literally
line
fucking
of monkeys, and then there's a line of a bunch of other monkeys. They both look exactly the fucking same, by the way, and they both have beef with each other for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Monkey wars.
They also they did like some sociologists ran a bunch of experiments on monkey tribes, right? And they found that in situations where food was abundant, monkeys were relatively docile and did not engage in same-sex procreation, right? If you want to call it procreation. But in situations that were high stress, had no food, there were a lot of gay monkeys. And so they sort of deduced that homosexuality is a result of stress levels being produced by female monkeys in the womb. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Wasn't there a rat experiment as well? A rat paradise where they eventually like all became super lazy.
That was That's the thing. That's the thing that everybody uses as a template for what would happen in an age of abundance, which I fundamentally reject. And there's one specific reason for this that people tend to ignore, which is ironic. We're not fucking rats.
Yeah, we're not rats. It's not really.
I'm sorry, like how's like, you know, sure we're mammals, but that's about as far as it goes. You know, we're not rats.
Also, rats are, you know, a really, like, rats don't make for the best test subjects because there are certain kinds of medicines that are amazing for humans, like penicillin, that if you administer to rats, it kills them instantly.
Uh-huh.
So imagine if we tested penicillin on rats ages ago, we would have never really discovered penicillin. We would have simply discarded it as a toxic poison.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the problem with modern medicine is that like the overwhelming majority of the money we put into it is actually wasted because of the fact that humans are not fucking rats. So something that might work on humans
Humans are not fucking rats.
would work on rats, would not work on humans. And the problem with modern science is that
Does it need to
fucking
be
rats.
said that humans are
And
not
then you
fucking
just-
rats?
Doesn't work.
Holy
And if
shit.
there's something that works on humans but doesn't work on rats, it gets thrown away. So I think 70% of all research is wasted like this.
We should test it on pigs.
It's wasted on not fucking rats?
Makes more sense.
We could also just test it to people who are gonna get the death penalty anyway.
Yeah, but that, you know,
Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension goes. Brrr.
Yeah, I'm with the Chinese on this.
Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Well, they test their drugs on humans, on you know, prisoners who are slated for the death penalty. Which is...
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I know. Like, that's why I said I'm with the Chinese on this. You know? It makes sense.
Not sure if that's a particularly good idea, you know, like,
I mean, if they're sentenced to death already and they, you know, raped a child or something, then fuck it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
that's fair enough.
Crimes like
Yeah,
that.
that's fair
Like, I'm not
enough.
talking about political prisoners or something, you know, like, yeah.
No, but people who've verifiably done some real fuck shit, yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
like
a child rapist.
100%.
Child rapist, mass killer, you know, guys who goes on a stabbing spree. Yeah, just fuck it, you know, make him useful to society for once. Because completely useless for anything else. View of the world, Eastern view of the world, you know, the Western mindset cannot comprehend it.
I would disagree with that. I think that the Western mindset definitely could comprehend this at some point. If you look at the West, and what made it so powerful was the fact that it went through more wars than any other part of the planet. So, like, it's just things changed at some point, you know.
You know, I was listening to Dan Carlin.
That's okay with you.
I was listening to Dan Carlin, Hardcore History, and he was telling me that, not telling me, but he was saying on the podcast. Yeah, he was speaking directly to me. No. But he was talking about on the podcast how, like, if you look at it historically, all the fucking great armies started in Asia. in history, and then eventually I think it was 16 or 17.
I don't have anything to hide, and I also don't want to waste your time. Why did that shit just crash? The space ended? Did he block me? Wow, what the fuck just happened? Why did this shit just crash? I'm talking about fucking rats. Oh. Oh, I've got a lot more than that. So what the fuck just happened? Like, is this thing gonna go through or what? Fucking with him. Okay, let's see if he kicked me, because if he kicked me, that's fucking epic. Oh, he ended the space. Unless this account is blocked. He blocked me on that one. I can't be that. And why isn't this phone charging? Yeah, he's still going, did he? Yeah, he kicked me. He kicked me. He kicked me. He kicked me, dog. He kicked me.
Doing the absolute best
He
strategy
fucking kicked me.
for the geography of the East was to have giant armies with horses and archers, and as soon as, if you look at it, they weren't super successful in Europe. Why? Because the geography actually made it so it wasn't. Archers weren't as useful. And when you got to, that's also why Europeans weren't successful, because for the geography of Europe, you couldn't really do the type of combat they were used to wasn't as effective in Asia. So before then, you saw these giant, massive fucking armies in Asia, and that's where most of the successful military and biggest battles were happening, because of the fact that that was the type of warfare that won in Asia, with the
Plains
geography.
warfare.
Yeah, with lots of horses, lots of arrows. But as European technology kind of took over, well, maybe not even European technology, all of it was invented by China. But as a lot of those, guns became dominant, you couldn't really retrain. Archers into becoming gunsmen, and that type of warfare kind of died out. And that's why in the last 200 years you've seen that Asian warfare has not been as effective as before.
So I think something that also happened was that America changed the game with the introduction of more guerrilla tactics that were historically used by major nations. And they got a lot of that from fighting with the locals. As they were colonizing, they learned to fight dirtier. And that ended up being a very effective strategy against disproportionately well-armed forces. And that's part of why they were so successful. Credit where credit's due.
Yeah, the podcast Hardcore History also talked about that. So basically, Europe didn't have large grasslands to graze their horses. That's why the Mongols had to kind of stop when they got into Europe. And
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Although the Mamluks did manage to push them back in Egypt.
Guns changed the whole relationship between East and West. Guns destroyed cavalry as an effective fighting force. East lost its balancing force against the West when guns came onto the scene. Once you got rid of the cavalry, you were left with part of an army that wasn't effective to begin with.
Oh, I give this book.
I mean, in the U.S., we had cavalry with guns. They were pretty effective.
Well, I mean, the U.S.'s geography is different. The U.S.'s geography is different to Europe's.
I told them they were going on.
Truth.
I mean, you have guns.
Yeah, but like Auto was saying, they didn't have the grasslands, so they couldn't support the horses. Especially if you're carrying guns, that's heavier than just swords, because you're carrying ammo and extra supplies and shit.
Well, the Italians had guns. Mounted horsemen with firearms. I forget what they're called.
Yeah, Italian
very effective. They were extremely effective in the Middle Ages. They would hire themselves out as mercenaries. I need to look up what they were called. I'm gonna ask Grok. Easier than Google.
I'm about to cook some raw meat in front of my pit bull mix. Pray for me.
Oh my fucking god.
Took my steaks.
Adrian, what you sent is very true.
I know. The feet memes have always been a major presence on the internet, that's for sure.
I still don't understand why anyone is into that.
I don't understand it either, but it's probably one of the least.
I don't even understand why women are into hands, but yeah.
Hands are more understandable than feet in this regard.
I don't understand either one of them, but yeah.
Do you not, when you're doing it, interact with that which you're doing it with?
Well, you do.
I feel like your hands are very important at that point.
Yeah, they are important, but what's the point of getting attracted to them?
I don't know either, but I can understand it. Seriously, think about it this way. You got some fucking city boy. He's got the softest fucking hands in the world. Doesn't have any scars on him whatsoever. Hardly even any defining features like a vein or two. And then there comes this person who's done a lot of shit with their hands. One of their fingers is a little bit crooked, so is the other. Has a scar on some of his fingers, maybe even part of his hand. Has somewhat of a rugged feel on it already. That shit is the sign of you being able to interact with the world at a high level. If you're not strong, you're not going to be able to do anything that makes a hand look like that.
What would you want inside you?
Holy shit, what? Preferably not Intel, of course. But that Intel is inside of my brain. But not that Intel, okay?
Intel inside.
Exactly, that's the point. That's why I'm saying what we need to do is we need to buy Microsoft and Intel, merge them together. And so we're gonna call we're gonna create Intel is gonna be is gonna be macro hard, yes. Intel is gonna be macro hard, so we can say macro hard inside you.
I think they're trying to save Intel. All the major chip companies are meeting up with Trump, and then
unless they're doing a TSMC deal, they're gonna die.
Yeah, I think I think that there isn't really much hope for Intel, unless they actually try to fuck over TSMC. I cannot see Intel beating out TSMC without the US government actively fucking over TSMC.
And if they're actively fucking over TSMC, then all compute is going to go to shit, and that what remains, which is manufactured by TSMC, is going to be extremely expensive.
And probably
unless
China comes in. And probably what's going to happen is that the pace of innovation is going to slow down again, like it did under Intel.
Yeah.
Well, what we saw recently was Trump's ability to bring in foreign investment with the data center investment, bringing in a bunch of money from UAE. I think that we might, Adrian, you sent me the thing about the person talking about a United States semiconductor corporation. Maybe we do see a resurgence. Maybe we see some competition coming from America if they can solve the difference in labor costs.
It's a lot more than just labor costs. You don't have the expertise here.
I mean, that's just a question of how to brain drain.
Yeah, you could brain drain, but you do have a lot of people that are we literally interacted with people that didn't want immigration whatsoever. So
well, fuck them. The TSMC can open up a shop in Dubai. That'd be sweet.
They were actually discussing that, but because of the relationship between the UAE and China, TSMC couldn't open one there. Yeah. But, so... Also, you've also got to have competent management, and I am not convinced that Intel's management...
When was this, by the way? Because I'm reading CNBC right now. It says TSMC and Samsung are in talks with the with the UAE to build chip mega factories. This is in September. Late September.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Did it fall apart?
That fell through.
I have to look up, see if there's any updates.
Dude, some people just added me to random fucking group chat.
Oh yeah, people do that to me now as well.
I know some of the people in this. This is a teapot thing. But there's a fucking communist in here, so I'm gonna ask why is there a communist in this chat. See what happens.
Is it the?
It's not one that you know. It's not that.
I just saw your message. Oh my god.
Wait, you're in that place? That's crazy.
I got added in just like you.
That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have some fun.
Someone told me I should store a SPAC to acquire TikTok. That's never gonna happen. Adrian.
What?
Look at this message I received.
Okay, let's have a look. The post? Is that the post?
No.
And what the fuck is this? I mean, nice, but yeah. Dude. I'm fighting the urge to post a really fucked up meme.
Oh my god. What is the meme? Bro, what the fuck is that? The fuck is this group chat?
That was funny. Actually. I like that. It's perfect for right now.
It looks like Samsung is gonna go ahead with it. Yeah.
You ought to check this out.
I'm not surprised. They got a shit ton of contracts. Yep.
You ought to check this out. Look what I said in the chat.
Hold on.
Yes.
Is your house in LA fine? Someone messaged me saying that they just blocked me having listened to my conversation on the space.
Wonderful.
Thank you for announcing your departure. This is not an airport. Someone is asking me whether Elon will buy TikTok. Probably not. Doubt it. Look, listen. TikTok is worth like $500 billion. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It has like over 1 billion users. You may think it's not worth that much. It 100% is worth that much. It has over 1 trillion users. Not trillion. Fuck, 1 billion users. And it has TikTok Shop, which is the biggest fucking competitor to Amazon. Yep. And they did over $70 billion in sales on TikTok Shop last year. And a lot, yeah, they're not gonna sell. There's no company or person on earth that has enough money to buy that platform. You need a whole conglomerate. Yeah, well, not even what company has enough money to buy it? Like I said, a conglomerate. Yeah.
Yeah, it would need to be probably financed, right? Like you find like BlackRock or some large entity with 500 billion on hand, and you get a group of people who finance.
No company is going to buy it for 500 billion. Why? Because A, they're not going to get the algorithm, and B, they know that TikTok has to sell, otherwise it gets shut down. So they're going to give it a worse price, right? So maybe they would do 30 billion. I think that was the number that was floating around last time. Yeah. Or maybe they would double it and say 60 billion, 70 billion, 100 billion even. But why would you sell $100 billion company, $500 billion company that has a lot of growth potential for $100 billion, right? Even, like the US is one of many countries that has TikTok.
I don't know. I just get a little.
Why would they sell
the
platform to a company when they already have a massive platform and they can survive fine without the US?
10 months to Toira. See what she looks like on her.
True.
I wouldn't sell either if someone was gonna say, you need to sell your company to us at a discount because the government's forcing you to. I would tell them to fuck off. I would rather watch the money burn.
It's so distinctly anti-capitalist what they're forcing TikTok to do.
My issue with it is that they're claiming this is like a data issue, right? It's complete bullshit, because if that was the case, you would pass data legislation.
Yep.
Right? Privacy legislation, security legislation. They're not doing that. Every aspect of your life has already been leaked by American companies. Your social security number has been leaked. Your home address has been leaked. Your phone number has been leaked. Your fucking DNA data has been leaked. If they genuinely cared, they would pass legislation for better data security.
I'm not home.
Out there somewhere, some hacker has more knowledge about my DNA than I do.
Oh yeah, if you were born in a hospital, they already have your DNA.
Dude, look what's happening in the GC right now. You gotta check that.
$3 is oh my god. What is this group?
I don't know. I don't even know how I got here. Probably added by a third party.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, wait. Let me. Where's the meme? There's a meme perfect for this. I gotta find the meme.
I feel like people misuse the term oligarch a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, oh, you made a lot of money. You must be an oligarch.
You make a lot of money, do you?
It's a way to dehumanize rich people.
Yeah.
Make a lot of money, do you?
That's my personal favorite when he was asking that to Sam Altman. Remember that? When Kennedy was like,
Yeah,
you make a lot of money,
remember
do
that
you?
exactly.
I was like, this guy.
He's like, nope, I'm doing this for fun.
And he says, you're going to need a lawyer. And he says, a what? A lawyer or an agent. You're going to lead a lawyer or an agent. I like how he just smiled at him and said that because he already knew, man. He fucking knew, dude. That was so good.
But no.
Like, that shit was funny as fuck.
Okay. I found it. I found what I was looking for.
He says a lot, he's done a lot of things, but I feel like that one's like one of his best for sure. Louisiana's dude is fantastic.
See, when you bring the drama to your taste buds, baby. Best you ever had in my life. Come on, Khalid.
X's library, right? Where photo gallery where you can like look through all the images you have on your phone. Is complete horseshit. It is complete garbage. Just let me use my fucking phone's one. What the fuck is this?
It's so other people can see your library.
What?
It also limits the access that X has to your photo library.
No, I know, but if you already have an iPhone, If you have an iPhone, Apple automatically does that. You can just say, okay, I give access to this, or there's just already a separation.
Are you talking about the stuff you've already uploaded, or what?
No. I'm talking about on your phone when you want to send something. You're in your phone gallery. Like images in your own gallery, and you want to upload it.
Well, you can allow it access to everything.
Yeah, but it still sucks ass. You have to look through the app.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Instead of using the built-in Apple thing, yeah.
Yes,
right, yeah.
exactly.
I agree with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's complete horseshit.
Yeah.
Like something that would take me 5 seconds to post, I have to like go through like a whole 5-minute process. I have to add it to my favorites, and then fucking go through the favorites, and then all this fucking bullshit. If it's not one of the more recent posts, good luck finding it.
Mm-hmm. And you can't even search with Apple's
exactly.
photos that you can search. Yeah.
Exactly.
I have too much brain rot on my phone, so it's tough to search. I have to essentially make bookmarks in my head of when I took the photo, of when I downloaded something, and find it that way. It's terrible.
This is such horse shit.
Yeah.
This is so fucking shit. Oh my god. Where the fuck is it? This app has so many issues.
Yeah, the fact that it crashes while you're in space is just not fun.
Yeah. Really puts into question what the last, You know what? Fuck it, I give up. I'm just gonna fucking send it to myself on my phone. From my phone and upload it from the browser. It's just fucking ridiculous.
It's the easiest way to do it. Shouldn't have to be. Snoop Dogg is now coming out in support of Trump.
Actually, I'm gonna send it to Adrian first so you can see what I'm.
Why is Snoop Dogg now a Trump supporter? This is the guy who went on a rant about Trump not too long ago, mind you.
How do I say
I think he's realized which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, how do I say this? How do I say this?
Yes, sir. I can feel the prophet. It's in the wind, and this flag is the thing that's gonna get all of it. So it's gonna turn whichever way the wind blows. Yes, I. Because it's okay.
You know, Trailer Park Boys. Can you feel the pressure, Randy?
No, I can't. But okay. I mean, I don't remember, but what? Can you feel the
shit barometer is rising?
The shit are blowing. There's a shit blizzard. Like,
what? Someone send me that fucking scene.
Lies, find the clip. Please find it.
Yeah,
To answer your question, it doesn't matter if the value of the app is gonna plummet if it gets banned in the US. Just as a massive fuck you just don't sell it.
Yes.
Guess what?
Why
we will all lose, but you more than me.
Yeah.
This is fascinating. You know, Exodus went the app.
I would not sell if you made me sell at like a fifth of the value because you were banning it. Just as a slight. Go fuck yourself.
Can we get Gordon back up? Is he in there?
I don't see. I don't have Ghost right now.
Oh, don't
Right,
stare,
there we
bro.
go. Yeah. Look at what I sent Adrian in the group chat.
Okay,
I got the clip.
You're the coast.
You want to hear the clip now, or?
Well, so Trump is going all out with this embrace of crypto. Exodus, which is a wallet app, which is really going to use it for crypto. It's a crypto wallet.
Yeah.
They're sponsoring the inaugural ball.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Yeah, the main sponsor. They're literally the main
Oh
sponsor.
my god.
Yeah. He's going all
I
out.
can't even be mad at that. That's just funny. That's just funny.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm cool with that. Yeah. It's Kraken, Exodus, and something called Anchorage Digital. Yeah. They're the main sponsors of the ball. Wow. And the signage is all Exodus. Hell yeah! Dogecoin to the moon.
Hey, hell yeah.
Just so you guys know, this is not financial advice. I will tell you right now, I am going to put a big, nice chunk on Sunday right into the crypto market, and I'm going to be very, very happy come Monday. I do not implore anybody else to do so, but if you would like to take the gamble, I think that things might go really well. Or we're going to zero, but
And Bitcoin's back up to above $102,000, so that's pretty nice. And Doge is up to 40 cents.
Yep, we saw a new all-time high today, I think.
Yeah.
yeah, 105 earlier, 106.
Very nice. Very nice.
If he goes in and like Michael Saylor buys like $100 million worth of fucking BTC, like I swear to God, that shit's going to like 150,000 instantly. It's just gonna send.
I doubt it, but
I don't. Look at the chart for BTC November 23rd when Trump went in and when he won. And if you look at that exact point, this is exactly on the double down chart where the price is right about to dip and go right back up about another 20-30%. And if you equate 20-30%, that's right around 120, 130. And if people see 120, 130, we're going to see 150.
oh, that's sick.
I know, I'm gross. I'm sorry, I watched the charts all day.
So what has me really optimistic is all the state legislation that we've been seeing. Like even Massachusetts has introduced legislation to establish strategic Bitcoin reserve, and like the government buying your bags is like best case scenario for crypto.
It is, it's stable.
Yeah. Not financial advice, but yeah.
Well, good for me because I have Bitcoin. So
You guys, I found a new street we can like open an office on.
Descartes strategy.
Why do I feel like it's gonna be in the hood?
Oh my god.
Generally equivalent of the hood, actually.
Descartes Strata. Descartes Street.
Macro Hard HQ? Yes. Yes. I should actually post that and say we're going to open Macro Hard HQ here.
You don't need to. You can just rename a street like Elon did. You know, turn Weems Street, whoever the fuck Weems was, into Memes Street.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Team boots, team ass, team feet. It's just a guy out of a fucking closet.
Exactly.
Like Neanderthal.
It's in Berlin, ironically enough.
Of course it is.
Gosh, there's some nice buildings in this general area.
Do you remember the Austrian town that was called fucking?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the fucking.
Yes.
This is the fucking school.
Yeah.
These are the fucking people of the fucking village. They had to rename it for obvious reasons, I think. Yeah.
Oh no. So they got rid of their tradition and embraced modernity. That's so
unbelievable.
Bad. Yeah. We need to return to tradition.
Back to basics.
I just think they should have focused on the fucking economy instead.
I mean, imagine how much tourism they lost.
I know, right?
Stupid.
Yep.
I'm
Probably
from the
not
town of
much,
fucking.
Probably not much, to be honest.
You know, I feel bad for the people living there because they would not be able to order anything off Amazon because they would type in fucking and it would just like error out. Nothing would get sent there.
They'd get a lot of spicy search results.
Oh yeah.
Imagine how difficult it is to drive, Google Maps over there.
Okay,
They
let's
just
see.
won't look it up.
I'm gonna look up fucking. Let's see what's the first result that comes up.
Fucking Austria.
Let's see. Ah, nice. Porn sites.
Oh, they renamed it
My
fucking.
vacation is ruined.
They renamed it fucking. They renamed it, which is even more hilarious. It's called fucking now with 2 G's.
So it's still the same. Gotcha.
Yeah, still the same. Yeah, it's fucking now. Could be worse. Could be Shitterton.
What the fuck, motherfucker? What the fuck? Oh, wow.
There's a place in England called Shitterton. That's
when you look up fucking Austria, if you go to the images tab, it's all porn.
Oh, I don't know that.
This is like it's some sort of episode. Like it's great.
Shitterton is a hamlet in Bear Regis, Dorset, England. It includes a collection of historic thatched buildings dating back to blah blah blah. Nice.
I thought it was just a parody of Bridgerton about pump fun.
We're launching Dump Thought Ass.
My God.
Wow, so the name of Shitterton is literally a translation from the Domesday Book of 1036 as Scatera, which renders into shit. Yeah. That's nice. And
sometimes you need to change.
And why did they name it that? Because people used to take a shit there. Seriously. Yeah. The name alludes to the stream that bisects the hamlet, which appears to have been called the Shitter, or brook used as a privy. Wow, so it literally is an open sewer. It was, at least at some point in history, an open sewer. Nice.
We're gonna create. Hey, what about this? What about this? What about this? Okay, we're gonna create a new place that's right next to that, where the new nature reserve is gonna be. Coincidentally, we don't have proper wastewater treatment, so we're just gonna call it Schitt's Creek.
Yep. Oh, and the name of the river that flows into Shitterton is called the River Piddle, which is a piss. Yeah.
I mean, dude,
there's a town nearby called Piddletown.
This is a rabbit hole you have to go down into, actually, by the way. Everybody goes down the wrong rabbit holes, to be honest. What about, dude, if anyone ever has a doubt about whether or not Australia has ever been a penal colony, I can remove all that doubt from your head right now. Go and look up the oldest city names that they had, not even city, town names that they've had for various places. You cannot imagine how many different variations of dong and knob there are.
Yeah.
And dildo. Yep, there's dildo.
It's wild, bro.
There's some real fucking crazy shit in there, man. Little knob. Wait, what was it? What was the one that's called in the southernmost, the northeasternmost tip of Australia? What's that called? Little Knob?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Little Knob and Big Knob. It's kind of funny.
There's so many variations of knob.
Well, it's kind of like how in Diablo 4, when you get all the different titles that you can
There's
have,
also
everybody makes a dick joke.
God.
Everybody makes a dick joke.
Oh my God, Adrian.
What?
This is a real life place.
What is a real life place?
Spanker Knob, Bullshit Hill, and Guy's Dirty Hole are real places, apparently.
Yeah, look at what I just sent you on Signal.
I'm reading about the Australian towns right now.
Let's have a look here.
There's a place called Suicide Bay in Tasmania where they celebrated the massacre of 30 Aboriginal people.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they literally named it that. No one.
It's funny that this is right next to Sony Pictures.
It's another name that I can't speak it out loud because it's got the N-word in it. Wow, those Australians, man. There were 7 places that use the N-word in Australia. Wow.
Wow. Adrian, I know where we're getting our next serving of beef.
At the Ligma Provisions.
Ligma Provisions, nice.
There's a genuine place called Ligma Provisions that sells steak.
There's places in Australia with names that were basically, pointless to go to, and they're named Useless Loop, Useless Inlet, Hard to Find a Dam, Point Torment, Disaster Bay, and Whoop Whoop, Break Me Neck Hill, Bust Me Gut Hill.
Oh my God.
Dismal Swamp.
Someone literally asked who is Ligma.
Ligma balls.
There you go.
Horrible hollow gully, nowhere else, all in Tasmania. Mount Buggery and Mount Disappointment in Victoria, Mount Mistake and Ugly Creek. Rubbish Cave and Bullshit Hill, South Australia.
Oh my god.
Wow. Alright, let's see.
They're pretty blunt.
I don't know how tall Mount Disappointment is. Like,
They're pretty short.
Alright, so this restaurant, Ligma Provisions, sells Australian Wagyu, Japanese Wagyu, customer favorite. Oh my god.
Look, dude, this.
There's names in Australia that are named after boobs.
Oh my
The nipples, Mossy Nipple Bend, Breasted Sugarloop, the boobs, New South Wales, Mountain Breast,
This
Queensland.
place has 38 5-star ratings.
Spanker Knob, Delicate Knobby, Prominent Knob, Southern Jerk Island, and Cockwash, South Australia.
that is balls fake.
There's the No-No Hole, the Humongous Hole, Guy's Dirty Hole,
Yep.
Pensioner's Bush, Tunger's Point, and Cock Up.
There's a petition to get some of them, like, the names changed. Hopefully
Yeah.
that doesn't go through with it.
There are
Yeah.
some petitions, but I think for the most part they like the names.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's mostly in Tasmania. All the crazy names. Yeah.
%41% of companies worldwide plan to reduce workforces by 2030 due to AI per CNN.
They'll make new jobs. It's fine.
Yeah.
People need to stop freaking out about AI. We're gonna get this rise of idiots marching out in the streets saying we need to ban AI, ban Waymo, ban Tesla, stupid crap. They're gonna be just like the horse and buggy people back in the day. Oh no, they're gonna put all our horses and buggies out of work. Please. I'm optimistic. Eternally.
Good stuff.
Sauce Bottle Swamp, Queensland. Nice.
By the way, Ian, I was gonna ask you. Did you ever play any mod packs for Minecraft?
Just the ones that change the graphics, not in your real mod packs.
Okay. Alright.
Thank God you are one of the sane ones.
You know what really disappointed me? I bought like a beta Minecraft account, or maybe even an alpha Minecraft account, and the package I bought like promised me that I would get access to everything forever, and I can't even play the damn game anymore.
Why?
Wow.
I mean, there was a period in which you had to transition into like a Microsoft account, and
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
got a bit of
Yeah.
that, you lost it.
I missed that.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, I did the transition.
Well, because not all that.
You could say I'm a trans Minecrafter.
But it just annoys me personally because I was negatively impacted by it.
You did not pay attention to your emails.
Yeah.
I was in law school. I had shit to do.
Yeah, I lost one of my accounts too. But I had several Minecraft accounts.
You're so cheap, like $10.
No, it's like 20 something, I think.
Is it?
I know. It's just like, the point of personal pride of having the account since like 2008 or 9 or whenever.
I just looked down and there's Apple just hit me with a weather alert, bro. There's about to be like fucking like 2 feet of snow where I live. What the fuck?
I have a weather alert right now. It says it's gonna rain today.
Okay, time to go outside and start to go to war with the elements. Make sure to drink moonshine beforehand so you can brave the storm.
That's your
It's
fault
actually
for
kind of funny
living
here
in it.
because there's barely any rain, so when it's about to rain here, you get fucking alerts everywhere.
But that's your fault for living in New Jersey.
Ian's reaction.
What do you want me to say? It's New Jersey.
Wow. So I found, I got an email about an offer for an NFT that I own. Yes, I own NFTs. And it's fake. It's from a phishing thing. Motherfucker.
Oh yeah, the reason for that is because you OpenSea basically leaked all your emails.
Oh, good job. Nice job, OpenSea.
Yeah, OpenSea leaked all your emails, so I get a ton of those too. I get like 20 a day.
Very annoying. Very annoying.
What kind of NFTs do you own then that would have people that interested?
I don't. Just some art stuff.
You don't even
Give
need
it
to
to me.
own any NFTs. I don't have any
I never bought
NFTs.
any.
I am curious.
I never bought
Well, you don't have
I don't
NFTs.
have
Would you like to have some?
I don't have any NFTs anymore. I used to have NFTs. But I still get these fucking retarded emails. About so this person wants to buy your NFT for this much. And I'm like,
I looked at the email. It's like, that's not an OpenSea email. That's somebody else's email that's pretending to be an OpenSea email.
Yeah. I just don't give those platforms my email.
I just give them
awards are available. Yeah, right.
I just give them like emails that are useless.
Like, I'm already waking up every morning to see if I'm rich or poor. It doesn't really matter if I'm getting emails or not.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, right. It's already going to zero, so it doesn't really matter.
NFTs are worthless.
I don't know, market.
Wash traded all to zero.
Yep, we're all going to zero. Fuck it. Sell it all.
Crypto is doomed.
Yeah, that's why Trump just released a fucking shitcoin. Jesus Christ, we live in quite
strange times.
Strange times create interesting men.
Ah. Exactly. So that explains Marilyn Manson.
What the fuck?
What? Dude, what the fuck?
No, that's a strange man creating interesting times, and interesting times is a Chinese curse.
It's actually not a Chinese curse. That was like misattributed on purpose to make it more interesting. Yeah.
Do we know the origin?
Some British author in like 1916 created it, and he just made it up. He made up the attribution. Yeah.
This guy is a fucking. This guy's
why
a
we can't
chaos
trust his-
agent. Wow. Okay.
But that's like totally a common thing that would happen back then, right? It's like this whole thing that's been talked about sometimes, like Orientalism. Yep. They would use like Asian mysticism as a way to sell their own bullshit.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
100%.
So basically, like Steven Seagal.
Essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it a little later on. It happened with like the Egyptian stuff. Yeah. And you would see like people pushing like a cult culture, but like under like, oh, it's like Egyptian, it's ancient, so that means it's legitimate.
and entire like subcultures have been created based on that. Like if you look at the Hotep community or the Black Hebrew Israelites, that's all based on bullshit.
What the fuck?
Look them up. We was gangs.
Black Hebrew.
Not even being racist.
We was gangs.
Yeah, and they believe that they were like the original Americans, like the Native Americans are like fake Americans, that they were the original inhabitants of America. They have this whole very fascinating mythology. And they're at war with the Hoteps.
That's the thing. That's the thing that. That's the thing that Kanye was talking about, right? How the original Jews were like blacks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's also tied to like the Nation of Islam, which is not actually Muslim, right? So,
I watched this documentary. Like a Malaysian went there, a Muslim, like an actual Muslim went there to visit the Nation of Islam to see what it was all about, and he's like, yeah, these guys are not Muslims.
Oh wait, wow. Path of Exile is now available on Mac.
Really? Cool. I'll go download it.
Elliot.
How the fuck is that gonna even play?
Yeah, because they don't have very good GPUs most of the time, right?
I
Well,
I
you're
guess
gonna
it
find
can
out.
play on the M2 or M3.
Hold on. No, the new M series are very, very good.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Anyone want to guess where they're made?
You can run Death Stranding on it.
Taiwan.
You can run Death Stranding on it.
No, even like the M1s were exceptional, even for
Yes.
gaming.
And I have like an M3 Pro.
All right, who out here has
Ultra.
got a really good? Who out here has got a really good fucking Mac? I want to know how well the
I
game
do.
plays.
I do. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna install
I do,
It's
and I
awesome.
also have a Mac Mini too. I can play both.
Oh, nice.
I love both, really.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. If it runs well on the Mac Mini, that is a game changer because so many people own those and they're super cheap.
Bro, they're
Yeah.
$5.99 for that, and like I
Yep.
can literally go develop iOS shit for that price. Like it's so good, bro. You can't beat that.
Yeah.
I have an M1 Max.
You should be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
try
Oh,
it.
yeah, you'll be fine for sure. Oh shit, I didn't mean to say that in the
Yeah,
space.
you can render in 4K and stuff.
The
Remove
fuck?
that if
Yeah.
you can from the snake. Sorry.
Oh yeah, the Macs are exceptionally good now.
They
After
are. Yeah.
after they got rid of Intel, everything was
Yeah, those
Michael
Intels
Mann,
are so dog shit. It's actually insane how bad they are.
Dude, my computer was crashing so many times because of this. It's insane.
The Intel Macs were like actual dog shit. That's where you hear that Macs aren't good for gaming. But the new like MacBooks with the M chips, they're like actually really good. Like people have run like Cyberpunk on them.
What frame rate?
Over 100, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not satisfied until my fucking computer outputs 3,000 FPS, man. I need to see so much that I can't see it.
With or without DLSS.
God damn it! Do I buy these new headphones?
Like literally everything. I want the ability to literally tune up all the fucking graphics to the absolute max to the point that I can literally see nothing.
With or
Yeah, you
without
need a 5090.
No, literally everything. Everything on. Whatever can be turned on.
Like path
Okay,
tracing.
hold on. With or without DLSS.
Maybe with. Depends.
We'll get more frames with DLSS.
Do you want to see like what the double 3090 looks like with everything on with like Cyberpunk? I can play that for you and stream it. It won't lag for me at all.
Great. Now, why don't you do that with
If you
Path of
wanna watch
Exile?
it.
I want you to do it with Path of Exile when my Sorceress comes around and see if that still works then.
Oh hell no, it won't.
Yeah.
It'll just glitch.
It's a lag city, man. We have the firewall plus all the projectiles.
It basically shoots around, like you can imagine that it's all of the projectiles plus the extra projectile effect that's on them flying around that kills a bunch of stuff that is also simultaneously shocked because of the extra lightning that's on the ground in the form of an orb.
I'm kind of pissed off that none of the games from Valve work on Mac anymore because they're all 32 bits.
Yep.
Wow. Do they work on your Steam Deck though?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, I have my Mac connected to one Steam Deck and then the other connected to my PC. It's so good, so elite.
You,
Yeah, I
the
have
Steam
a
Deck has
yeah.
compute? What?
Yeah, the Steam Deck is very good.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
So you use the little Steam Deck thingy as the mobile compute, and then you have the M1 as well.
Yeah, what do you mean? What? Why are you shocked about the fact that the Steam Deck has compute?
I don't know, because it's a little
Yeah,
thing,
right.
and actually no, I do not hear any complaints about it, so it probably is very good. Yeah.
No, it's really good. It has an
God damn it!
It has an AMD APU made by TSMC, of course. Yeah, the APU.
Shit.
The APU acts as both a GPU and a CPU, and it's actually pretty decent.
So that shit
big-
coin that Trump launched
biggest-
is worth $10. Sorry, it's $7 now.
The biggest issue with it probably is just the battery, but that's it.
The fuck?
Other than that, it runs really well.
Wait,
seen the
Trump's
market cap?
yeah, holy shit! I just went to Mario's
$7
face and I
billion?
clicked on it.
Are you fucking what? Oh my god.
Bro, is everybody fucking rich? Like, what the fuck?
Sell that shit immediately. It's gonna fucking tank.
Yeah. I don't have anything in. None of us got in.
Because I don't buy shit coins. Yeah.
None of us can get in.
God.
Yeah, 7 billion is crazy.
I really want to stream. I really want to start streaming like Half-Life, but I can't stream from it.
Dude, all you need, look, here's the thing. What you're gonna need is a screen and a mobile keyboard, and that's it. If OBS can run on everything, then yeah.
Yeah, but I can't run it on.
Why do you do this? Because
if you enter into the Steam Deck mode, as opposed to the desktop mode, then you can't really stream it on any websites.
This Trump coin is super bad, by the way. The public allocation is 10%, and no one can really find who actually owns it.
The public allocation.
Wait,
what? I'll send you a DM with some analysis.
I hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy, but all you have to do is go to intel.arkham.com and go look at Donald Trump, and if he doesn't have that coin inside of his wallet, it's not fucking his. It's just that simple. He had celebrity wallets are public on Arkham, so like if it's not there, like.
No, Arkham doesn't know every single address from me.
Arkham only knows that which has already been revealed by various sleuths and whatnot. So
here, let me DM him and let me go ask. Yo, okay, is that actually Trump's?
I think it would be now. 10%. What the
top 10
fuck?
holders own 86.18%. That is insane. So
It should, by the way, for reference, everyone, it should literally be the other way around.
Okay, so it's owned by Fight LLC.
Yeah, no one can find what
that's
that is.
Insane.
Yeah,
that's funny.
No one knows who actually owns the LLC, so that's fun.
Where's the
LLC?
I also saw that the contract was launched by Icebags, who is a pretty well-known shit coiner, one of the founders of Kanpai Panda's project on ETH.
Oh, great! So we're just gonna get
a little
shit.
sus.
I just got a nice little alert saying that Solana is up 7% because of all
Yeah,
this.
great. Yup, good. It's good. Get ready to fucking
I
250.
think I hate that little shit so much.
Okay, where is Fight LLC located?
Find it.
Probably in Wyoming, held by a Nevada trust.
Yep. This is so bad.
Fight,
overnight,
LLC.
he's gonna kill every single shitcoin with this.
Yeah. This could also be his wake up the pump funds.
Is this not registered?
No, it said it's not a security at all. It literally stated it.
I know. I'm talking about the LLC.
No, the LLC is definitely registered.
It's probably it's got to be somewhere.
It's hard to find.
And the thing is, if it's on Friday, they could have filed it and still said the LLC was there, got the EIN, and technically it's registered, even if the state hasn't signed off on it.
Mm-hmm.
If they've submitted the paperwork and said they've started business, then they can begin business, even if it hasn't been fully approved, because it's a procedural thing.
Right.
I'm bent up, motherfucker.
my best explanation would be aunt.
So I wonder when the rug pull is coming.
Pulling out $1 billion would be insane.
I don't think it's coming anytime soon necessarily. A lot of times the private allocations of these tokens is locked up for a long time, but make no mistake, it is coming.
The other thing is that Trump could also come into office on Monday and be like, see, I told you crypto was the fucking goat, and next thing you know, everything goes parabolic, and he just holds forever.
That would be the boss move, in fact.
That'd be kind of hilarious.
That would be the beyond goated move. Like, if he's sitting there looking at now, because bro, Elon's got to be sitting right with him, right? So if his Twitter's actually hacked, that would have been a phone call, and that would have been deleted and gone literally in a flash. So
all right, Baron or whoever, if you're listening, burn the 80%.
Burn it.
Yes.
Yeah, burn it.
Every shitcoiner is looking at you going like, why the fuck is 80% could why is it not the other way around?
Bro, imagine he makes $100 billion and then just gives it right to the U.S. fucking treasury, and we start coming out of fucking debt. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god.
People
I know, seriously, if you were to burn the supply, instead of working it, holy shit, man, that is going to go up parabolic.
Would absolutely send.
Yeah, it's already sending as it is.
Alright, so.
Wait, should I get some? What is it on Solana?
Yes, it's on Solana.
Is it insider trading if you were to, like, I don't know, buy it up, right? That's probably not.
Somebody send me the contract.
We're not insiders.
Exactly, we're outsiders just speculating crazily.
Send me the goddamn contract address and fucking going in $1,000.
Do not buy.
I'm not gonna touch that shit.
I'm not gonna touch that shit either. I'm gonna look it up on the three most likely ones.
Did you say three?
Fine, I'll just put $100 in stake.
Three most likely ones. Okay, I'm gonna look up Delaware. Let's see.
You wanna know what makes it that bad? It's making the market fucking tank the other way.
Oh, it's registered in Delaware.
Bitcoin's jumping a bit right now.
It's registered in Delaware, yeah.
Oh my god, Solana. Holy shit. I'm ready.
Yeah, it's exploding.
I'm not gonna sell. Are you out of your mind?
Sell it.
No,
There's
no indication. No. Keep it for a while. Keep it.
You keep it. Yeah, this is a good indication that if bro, this is a tweet that just did that. When the inauguration happens, this is the litmus test, bro. Come on, be smart.
Yeah, so he registered in Delaware, which I'm not surprised. He likes to register things in Delaware.
Because there's a businessman.
Adrian, also check your DMs.
Check
when
DMs.
When you're doom scrolling on
Where?
it's easy to find like there's multiple fucking dramas going on, you know?
Adrian, I sent you that thing on Discord too.
Wow.
Oh yeah, nah. Somebody send me the contract address. I'm
Interesting.
just gonna buy. I'm gonna buy some. If I make some money, I make some money. If I don't, I don't. Come on, hurry up.
This guy.
Send it. What? Man, I wanna.
Your IRS agent is going to love you.
Speaking of dramas, what's the latest on TikTok?
Latest on TikTok bans most likely happening unless somebody's going to do something in the next couple of days. Trump and Biden have said that they're not going to enforce the law if it's passed, so the Supreme Court, everything's in their hands now.
No, the Supreme Court has already held.
Right, sorry, the Supreme Court has already held.
It says it's constitutional. Yeah, so basically,
And business is closed.
So basically, to give you an answer, there was a bill proposed in the Senate to kind of extend it. It was agreed to by all the senators except Senator Cotton, and for some reason that killed the bill, because that's how things work for some reason. And then so TikTok's, and then the Supreme Court basically ruled that the law governing law governing TikTok being banned is actually constitutional. They did specifically state that they're not making a judgment about if this is a good law or not. The only judgment they're making about it is if this law is constitutional or not.
Oh my god, it sent Ethereum to the fucking ground, bro. That's bad.
Anyway.
Please don't sit down a little bit.
And then Biden has.
But also maybe play the inverse of sentiment.
Content creator.
That's a temporary
Please don't scroll.
Yeah.
Just trying to become. Remain different. Please don't
Oh yeah, no,
scroll.
Biden.
Just trying to
Not
become.
financial advice, guys.
Other countries are still being very rough. If you really force it, I don't really see a chance.
Trump said he's
You know,
not
if you
going
look
to
at the
enforce it,
actual,
but I don't know if companies want to take that
if you
risk
read
on,
just a person who
because
keeps everything
they're
running,
still
which
going to have to
why
pay
is
like
shipping
$800 and
Please
something
don't
billion
scroll.
in
Just
fines if they, it's a whole lot of trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro.
So the Supreme Court, hey guys, the Supreme Court ruled in kind of like the most cowardly way possible, right? Like I don't think they.
Like, the thing that pisses me off a lot with public speaking is when people start to like random.
So it was very much like,
Like the thing that pisses
hey,
me
this is kind of a weird situation. We don't want to put our names on it. We don't really want to be associated with it, and we're just gonna wait and see what's happening. And probably something is gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna end up in a purgatory where the Supreme Court says this law is constitutional, and then the executive office just doesn't enforce it, and then nothing further happens. There's probably gonna be further legislative action. Something is gonna happen. This thing just can't just like sit there after successfully
Yeah, it's almost like it's a bit of a nudge, just sell before we make you sell kind of thing.
Yeah, they're not gonna sell. I would agree there.
You want to know a fun fact about Joe Biden that was revealed in the Vice expose on him today?
What's that?
So aside from the fact that he requested
There's a lot of life left on Earth to fuck human.
he hired a group of people called walkers, and they are staff members of the Biden administration who basically walk in front of him when he has no idea what the fuck he's doing. Because he can't walk alone, he gets lost. So they have to basically walk to the place he has to walk to so he can follow them.
Society's kind of fucked, so it's not gonna, but we will. Just understand the radiation.
How insane is that?
Benefits.
Dude, you can't believe anything that's written about Asian people.
Then you kind of fail in a very long time. Contributing to the system who just want to be parasites.
Maybe that video of him deploying these walkers that they put out he's kind of lost, and then like a bunch of staffers start walking with him, and then suddenly he knows where to walk. It's nuts.
I don't know.
It's so obvious.
It's so stupid. Like for years, right? They're like, "Oh, he's super bright, he's super active, he's an excellent president. He can follow every conversation." And then a switch flips, and then they start saying that he's like senile, non-compos mentis. Like if you believe the first thing, why would you believe the second thing? It just doesn't make sense.
Probably because they can't hide it anymore. You know.
Hold on. I just want to say Solana 230.10. 230.15 now. It's just flying, bro. Oh, yes! Yes! Just pump all that money
This
back.
is why I don't gamble.
Is this euphoria? Is this
Yeah,
euphoria?
dude.
I do not gamble. What the
Let's
fuck?
ruin the euphoria. Dude, that's such a waste of time. And
That's your sell sign.
That's your soul sign. Yep.
you're not
That's not my cell sign.
Do you know that guy? Well, I don't know what his fucking name
My cell
is.
sign is 250.
Everybody now knows your position, which is hilarious. Yeah, exactly. That is the soul sign. Holy shit.
Yeah, wow. I'm just looking at the, this just keeps going off. It's crazy.
I don't even have any Solana.
It's
I
not
don't have any
dropping.
crypto really. Not like that.
I have
I have
Bitcoin
so
in
much
this.
fucking Solana. bro.
Bitcoin and Doge.
Did you guys already talk about Red Note? Because they really don't want to talk about like the modern equivalent of horse racing, which is most of crypto.
Yeah, exactly. Now, yeah. I mean, look, when it comes to crypto, the only thing I'm willing to discuss is like Bitcoin and Doge just for transactional purposes. But and Monero, of course, you know, is really, really good when it comes to the privacy aspect. But Bitcoin is good for like a value storage aspect. That's why many are using it, and that's why El Salvador is using it. That's why many are advocating for the usage of Bitcoin as a reserve, as a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So that I think is actually quite a good move, in my opinion. Meanwhile, Germany sold all of its fucking Bitcoin. Great decision by them. Amazing. Major L after L after L after L.
Lost too.
Exactly. 100%.
That lost.
Adrian, are you familiar
That's such
with
an
Apology's thinking on Bitcoin and then like the long-term strategic societal implications?
Wait, what are you saying? Say it again.
Do you know the guy Balaji Sarinova? I don't know how to say his last name. He was the former CTO of Coinbase. Do you follow him at all?
No.
Yeah, Balaji. You've probably heard about
I've
him.
heard of it, but I don't follow it.
Lawyer Cat, I don't
He's
need
the guy.
stupid
He's
guy.
the guy that
I
said
have no-
that.
He's the guy that said Bitcoin is gonna be $1 million, right?
Balaji is like super smart, and when I asked him about it, he was like, "Look, he called it a hyperstition. So not a superstition, but a hyperstition. So a hyperstition is kind of like maybe an unrealistic, excessive prediction, but by putting it into the, depending on who you are in the circumstances, you would be nudging the stock towards that. And so he called it a hyperstition. So
there's one thing that's wrong with that, though. If that were true, I mean, it is true to a certain extent, but there are specific conditions, as in they'd have to be met. It's like saying, you know, there can't be a wildfire in a forest. If it's raining like crazy, then there's not going to be a wildfire, right? So in this case, there was the perfect conditions for that to happen already in place. That was maybe just a coincidence, may have nudged it a little bit for sure, and may have contributed. But realistically speaking, many people also have an antithesis sentiment to this. Like, say, for instance, with Tesla, I think one of the most noisiest people were the short sellers, but then they all got fucked in the ass. So
true. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely wrong about the $1 million, but I think that it's a useful.
I know what he's saying, because the goal that it's going to go up insanely is there. You just basically make your goal so fucking high that at least a fraction of that insanity is achieved, thereby still insane.
Yeah, and by the way, you can also hyperstition like elements of a wildfire, because people like, you know, can commit arson and stuff like that. But look, I wouldn't summarize it.
That wouldn't be a hyperstition. It would be like, oh hey, well, it would be a shame if something like that happened. You're just playing into human spheres or humans' weaknesses. You know, it's like that thing where you have a friend or, you know, a sibling, and you tell them a bunch of weird shit, and you say you won't, and motherfucker does it.
Yeah, maybe in the aggregate it is. Maybe not the brother sister thing, but yeah. Anyways, you should check it out. He has a lot of interesting thoughts. I didn't mean brother sister. I meant like siblings. What you were talking about.
Jesus Christ.
What is wrong with you guys, bro?
Keep digging. Just keep digging.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know.
This was the wheel, man. That was the wheel stuck in the mud there. You know, like when you're driving and you got your wheel stuck in the mud there, and you just keep speeding because you think you're gonna get out, but just keeps digging in deeper.
Yeah, I commit incest all the time. Is it getting better?
Yes, exactly that. Holy fucking shit.
Oh, hold on, yo. So great quote. If you're in a hole, stop digging.
Oh my God.
Digging, you know, like even the opposite of what Germany's doing. But yeah.
True.
Thinking of it.
I mean, it depends on the hole, but in this case, if you're in that kind of hole, it kind of sucks, and stop getting deeper into it, because it's going to suck more.
Yeah. You guys hash out right now? Because I'd love to hear your thoughts on that topic.
We really know about that. Well, I mean, what would you like to discuss on it, other than the fact it's hilarious to see what the Chinese have to now deal with? So it's interesting because you have a TikTok ban, and the TikTok ban is because of data being
Yeah, I mean, the other interesting thing that's happening is like some of the specific types of data collection that they're doing, as far as like tracking the objects in the background of people's cameras while they're watching videos.
and tracking facial expressions and reactions to certain things, like measuring psychological reactions, like, and then they can also measure like what is psychologically reactive enough to cause you to act in the form of making like a reaction post. So like they can get really interesting information and figure out ways to like, you know, poke at certain demographic psyches in ways that make them take action. You know, kind of scary to think about, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry guys, I'm using a Tesla charger. Highly recommend. It's really good for your. Oh, sorry. No.
What are you trying to tell us here, man?
Yeah, right.
I'm saying that some Americans are getting a little bit blackpilled by like what this the kind of potentially choreographed lives of people in China. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not just one way like negative propaganda from the U.S. to China. It also poses like a threat to like stability.
That's what I'm saying.
U.S.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're getting ideologically invaded by the United States right now.
Adrian,
No, I'm saying the opposite. What I'm saying is that at the same time, the United States is being ideologically invaded by Chinese people too, because Americans for the first time are seeing red now.
The Americans have been brainwashed on Russia and China for decades. It's that simple. What you see on Red Note, you know, I'm going to sound like a Chinese simp here, but what you see on Red Note of the people living their lives in China, just, you know,
Oh
doing
my
things,
God.
they're not, you know, that's not bullshit. That is literally how they live. You know, it's nice. It's a nice place. China's a nice place. Like, people want to believe that Chinese, like, work like slaves and they have no rights and you know, like, it's a tyrannical dictatorship or something. It's like, no, it's not the UK, okay? it's actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Americans don't travel very much, and the only impressions that they have of China are from Hollywood depictions of it, just like, you know, Hollywood depictions of Russia depict this as this fucking weird dystopian Soviet state where everybody's poor, and that's just not reality.
Depends on what time era you're going for there, because all of them are set in a very specific era. What the hell is this shit?
We're poor at some points.
Yeah, in the early 90s, you know, when Soviet communism just, like, fell and everybody was, like, fucked. Yeah, absolutely. But nowadays, no, Russia's actually pretty fucking nice now. They're building stuff. Building stuff is cool. It means progress and prosperity and wealth, and, you know, their PPP is super fucking high. And nobody seems to fucking understand that that's the true
Yeah, my
measure
PP
of
is
wealth.
too high as well.
Hey, yo.
The true measure of wealth is in what you can produce.
I'm fully stacked right now, 100%. You know, I'm thinking back to that Mirror of Calandria that dropped, and I gotta tell you, man, that sends me right to full mast again. It was incredible.
Bro, man, your reaction, like, freaked out. That was crazy, man. Great upgrade.
Like, I knew how valuable that fucking thing is because I knew what it would be capable of.
Yes, copying any item. Pretty damn.
Including busted, corrupted shit.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. I got a stat. So I was like, for context, I was at 45k DPS and I was at like 72 after that upgrade. It's almost doubled.
Do you want me to post it in the space, the video of it, or?
Yeah.
Guys, I have a question. So there was an Adrian tweet that said that most people don't know what a process optimizer is. Or wait, it's remarkable how many people don't understand the concept of a process optimizer, yet undeniably depend on one. Like, what is the meaning of that?
A process optimizer, a guy that automates a whole bunch of systems, makes sure that everything runs well. It's the person in your production facility that makes sure that everything not only runs on time, but as efficiently as it can, doesn't break and doesn't shut down, and if it does shut down, gets put right back up there in the minute. You automate a lot of shit as well, so like basically just automate a bunch of shit.
Department to department, or is there like
Yeah,
a dedicated?
basically.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it depends on what you're more experienced in, right? You could be more engineering, you could be more strategic in terms of like your bureaucracy, whichever it happens to be. But yeah, anything that is a process effectively that can be optimized is what that specific individual does. And if they do a job so well that nothing is left over, then you are a very good process optimizer. The process optimizer that is the best is actually one that hops from place to place more or less. making sure that nothing remains as a point of failure, and also, trains other teams on how to mitigate potential, points of failure. So, like, if there is certain types of failure which, could occur, you basically will give these people the skill to circumvent those failures and just fix them themselves even. So you fully optimize the processes and those that interact with it to the point where there are no more difficulties and you are effectively absolved from having to deal with anything unless a really, really totally new issue occurs, that is actually my function.
So they break the chain of command in the sense that they effectively report to top management.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You can actually tell how well the job is done by how many times I can host the space. Because if there is a problem, then I can't host the space for a minute because I have to fix something. Like the last couple days, there was like something that was wrong, and it was like one of those days where everything goes wrong. So I had to basically, take a step back for a little bit and just fix that problem first. 100% attention there.
So the point was that it was a novel problem. Otherwise, the process optimizer would have been able to solve it.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. I came up with like a whole new solution for shit.
Feels good, man, right?
Orcas hunt sea lions.
I'm in Singapore right now. I'm doxing myself. I'm walking by the Singapore River. It's cool. I like this place.
Nice place.
We were talking about
What?
I was just saying we were talking about Singapore earlier and some of the challenges of getting in as a non-citizen, especially if you're successful, apparently.
Yeah.
You mean becoming a permanent resident? You don't actually mean visiting Singapore. You mean actually like becoming a citizen, getting the Singaporean equivalent of a green card.
Yeah, we were talking about PR.
Ian, why did you go to Dubai instead of Singapore?
Because Texas fucking suck.
Bro, they don't fucking suck. They're some of the best in the world, but maybe not as low as Dubai's.
No, Dubai is like 0. That's why it's awesome. Why would you want to move to Singapore and have to pay, 20%, 25% income tax? Pretty gay.
It's better than like fucking 35% plus state in the US, man.
But it's like
What are you talking about? 50% over here. What the fuck?
It's like, do you want to drink piss or do you want to eat shit? Yeah. You could just not eat any shit or drink any piss at all. And,
what the fuck is this? What is SUI? SUI.
I don't fucking know.
It's some cryptocurrency.
I believe it's a side chain.
Yeah, they're hosting the Trump.
Bring up random
inauguration.
Yeah, SUI to sponsor President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration.
That was announced earlier.
Wow, we are entering a goddamn new era.
I said, bro, and everybody's like, oh, don't put money. Everybody, don't put money in, don't put money in. Yeah, dude, I'm up.
So I got a personal.
My expectations are going out the window.
Can the motherfuckers who own Cardano please sponsor Trump? I want it to go up.
Alright, so BitGo, Coinbase, Gemini, Sui, Miston Labs, MetaMask, Galaxy, Ondo, Solana, all sponsoring Trump's inauguration.
God damn it, where is Cardano? Missing out on those good money.
What the fuck, Charles?
Cardano,
yeah, come on, Charles Hoskinson.
Cardano,
get on it.
Cardano is the biggest piece of shit project on Earth.
Nice.
You just devalued
we need Trump to ban.
Let me tell you something, right? Sitting on your ass, doing research forever until the end of time, and not doing any actual work never gets you anywhere. That's what Cardano does. The fucking Charles Hoskinson sits on his ass. He does research all day. He's like super fucking careful. Doesn't accomplish shit. Doesn't do anything. The blockchain is useless. There's nothing on it.
Well,
You know.
the 3 Cardano holders in our audience just dumped. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna dump all my Cardano thanks to that. So, you know.
I feel like I'm Javier Milei right now, and all these shitcoins are the things written on the fucking whiteboard, and I just want to rip them off and say, afuera, afuera, afuera.
Dump my Cardano, buy some fucking
Cardano came out,
Bitcoin with it.
since Cardano came out in 2017, what have they actually done?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Literally nothing.
All these fucking plans, because they're always researching. Bro, I gotta be more academic. More academic papers. More papers. More papers. More. Get the fuck out of here. Do something.
Well, he's
Sure thing, advocate.
Cardano is university. Right? Cardano is university turned into a fucking blockchain. Right? That's what it is.
It's university. It's on-chain university, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. You gotta. It's literally just fucking. You're sitting your ass down and you're not accomplishing shit. You're just doing research. Oh, bro, I can't do anything until I pump out this fucking research paper, and then I still can't do anything until after the research paper because it's gonna be verified by other people, and then it's gonna be like proofread, and then it's gonna be, you know, I gotta have like 10 other people, and then it's gonna be verified by Cambridge. Just fucking do things.
My dude, you spent so much time on the conversation. I never thought that you'd be anti-research and pro-doing. Oh.
No, There's a value in both. There's value in like sitting down and like doing research and then setting up a plan and doing things. But there's also a value in actually doing something, right? Like pushing and doing something.
Of course.
Right? Planning is important, but the execution, the actual doing of the task is more important. Right.
Okay, so there's a great quote from Eisenhower, which you have just summoned. He said, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable.
Yeah, yes. Cardano is literally 99% planning, 1% execution. That's the problem with Cardano. It's like the opposite of something like Ethereum, right? Ethereum is like, well, now it's more planning, because it's such a large project. But when it started, it was like 80% execution and it was like 20% planning.
The older I get, the more experience I get, the less I plan. The more I just like figure out what the next step is and then just do that.
Yeah, as you get more experience, you can rely more on that. But there is still great value in planning, especially if you plan on that. If you
guys are entrepreneurs, I have a brief recommendation for you. You should learn, even though you're not an investor, you should like learn all the competitive advantages that are taught by Buffett and Munger. That will be hugely valuable to you in the long run. And then the other thing is what Auda said is correct. When you're young, it's like very important to like reason through decisions, and then later you can, as you gain more experience, you can switch to more intuitive decision making.
That's very much how it works, lawyer.
Oh my god.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my god, the whole market is just completely down besides Solana. It's so bad. Oh my god.
Bitcoin's
Adrian, you give me a vibe of someone who's in like post-monk mode depletion. And I'm curious as to, is there like a switch I can flip to get you into monkey mode?
What the fuck?
I flipped the switch. Put him in monkey mode. Go, 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 go.
Monkey.
I think Adrian difference. Yeah,
Monkey.
you want to be too monkey. It's gotta be
I'm reading a bunch of weird shit. Bruh.
People are so insistent that Trump's shitcoin is hacked, and no, it's not. It's pretty on brand for him.
Yikes. He needs a Trump University shitcoin. Oh boy.
He needs Trump stakes shitcoins.
bring back. What's the name of that shop that used to exist? Was it something Vision or whatever? He sold his Trump steaks there. It's like this high-end, sort of overpriced, selling crappy products, electronics store.
Oh my god, all the Cardano people coping in the comments.
Oh no.
Massive cope.
Oh no, were there 5 of them?
Dude, you want a really engagement farm?
yes,
Shit talk
yes,
XRP.
look.
Dude, no. You don't know how to engagement farm properly. Shit on XRP first.
XRP is the most garbage thing on this planet. If you believe in XRP, you are genuinely sub 5 IQ. All of you XRP tards share a single fucking brain cell.
Okay, but they're like the orcs in Warhammer 40k.
Okay, I don't know.
Like they are manifesting reality with collective delusion.
Yes.
Let me firstly clarify a few things. Right.
Sure thing, Andrew Tate.
Oh my god. Okay. Look.
Never beating the allegation.
No.
Okay.
Even though you're not an
There's a
investor,
difference between careful planning and planning for no fucking reason. Right? Ethereum took a long time to switch to POS because it was already a massive project. It was the single largest fucking blockchain that had smart contracts on it. I think even if you talk about it from a size perspective, it was the biggest blockchain at the time. But so with that much value, with that many institutions behind it, of course they had to plan carefully because a single mistake could fuck everything up. With Cardano, what I'm talking about is the fact that
this guy is really mad about Cardano, bro.
No, the comments are saying we're talking shit about Cardano.
Just tell me you got runs without.
Dude, let him cook. Let him cook.
Tell me you're short.
I did not get rugged. I did not short. I don't own any Cardano. But Charles Hoskinson is someone that spent his life basically promising that he's going to create the next fucking blockchain that's going to change everything. And all he's fucking shown for it is research papers.
Oh, you're so mad, bro. It's okay.
The academic. The academics has no value without execution. And he spent very little time doing execution and spent all of his time doing academic bullshit.
Yo, Ian, I went to the Johor Special Economic Zone with Singapore and Malaysia 2 days ago. It was pretty based, and I went to Malaysia for the first time. It was cool.
Nice. Yeah, cool. There's a lot of people who cross over every day just to work in Singapore. It's kind of nuts.
Yep.
It's a lot cheaper to live, across the causeway. So people live there. They wake up like 4 o'clock in the morning, travel across, work there for 8 hours, and then come back. It's crazy.
What
the
the
thing
fuck
about
is
Malaysia
this shit?
that blew my mind the most was how facially diverse people were. So you had Indian people, you had Chinese people, and then you had Malaysian people who ranged from kind of looking super Indonesian and brown to dudes who almost could have been Arab, who looked like the king of Malaysia. And it was just super multicultural. And I don't know, it was weird and cool.
Singapore in general is like that. So, yeah.
I sent you something.
Bro, I'm really mad that you really heard about Cardano. I'll send you the hotline,
What the fuck
bro.
is this?
It's over, man. The post MILFs have found me.
Oh, thank God.
What do you mean, thank God?
Well, they're taking him off the market.
I'm not taking shit off the market. That shit's staying there, man.
Don't let it rot on the shelves.
Yeah, that's not my fucking responsibility. I didn't buy that shit.
What? Yeah, Blas, you got that?
Someone's gonna volunteer to take all the aliens.
Oh God. Not it.
Just tell me you got.
What were you talking about taking off the market?
Aliens.
Oh. Like the illegal kind?
No.
Yeah.
From outer space.
I really hate it here, dude.
Okay, do they have space cash?
They got space something else.
Space cash.
It's an episode of, I think that's South Park again. Yeah.
Yeah, South Park. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Where like humans make first contact, but the aliens are doing like a psyop test on humanity to see if they're like ethical and like advanced enough to join the Intergalactic Alliance.
Yeah, so basically the aliens dump some thief, intergalactic thief, steals a bunch of space cash.
Yeah, baby Fark McGeezax.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I haven't heard that in a long time. Wow.
And then he hides the money on Earth. It drops on Earth, I don't remember.
Yeah, he tells the humans, this is space cash. It's the most valuable thing ever. You need to hide this for me, and then we can split it later. And then when the other aliens come down, they're like the intergalactic police or whatever, they shoot him and they murder him. And then they ask the people, like, oh, did he have anything with him? Did he leave anything? And all the humans are like, fuck, we can't give away this space cash. Space cash is the most valuable thing ever. We've got to hide it. And so, like, all the world governments conspire to hide the space cash from the aliens and, like, sneak it off the spaceship. And then they're, like, trading the space cash and using it and hiding it from the intergalactic government. And the whole time, like, they know what's going on. And so they're like, okay, do you guys really have it? Like, giving them second, third, fourth chances. And they just fail every time.
Oh, but you forgot the best part. Finland starts to feel guilty.
Yes.
And they told the rest of the world, we feel guilty about this. We're going to tell the aliens that we have the money. And then all the other countries are like, okay, fine. Can you just let us discuss this on private? And the Finns are like, sure, you guys can discuss it in private. So the Finns leave the call. And then they're all like, we need to get rid of Finland. And then they nuke the shit out of Finland.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the aliens come down. The aliens come down, and they're like, "Are you guys sure you don't have the space cash?" They're like, "No, we're sure it's not here." And he's like, we noticed something interesting. One of your countries, it looks like they were bombed." And they're like, "Oh, that was so sad," all these things. And anyway, they basically eventually lock out Earth from ever leaving. So the Earth would never join the intergalactic thing, and humans are prevented from expanding into space. They put like a force field around it once they find out.
I feel that when humans actually do develop interstellar technology, and if we discover alien life forms, we should enslave all of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm down with the enslavement, bro. Like, if you're not enslaving, you're getting slaved, bro. Like, that ass.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason why there's a great filter, right? There's a reason
You guys are definitely not going to be in charge of first contact, that's for sure.
I'm second contact, bro. I'm taking care of this.
Before we move on,
Why is the black guy supporting slavery? What the fuck?
There are complex things happening. But before we move on, I want to recognize the important moral lesson from that episode of South Park, which is snitches get snooked.
Yeah. Don't snitch.
I remember that now.
But we do need to become a powerful interstellar, military force, because otherwise we will get fucked. It's that simple.
You think?
Well, it's like,
Here's the thing.
In times of peace, prepare for war, right?
Here's
if you
the
want
thing.
peace,
Here's the
prepare
thing.
for war.
Here's the thing. If we go around the planet, and we go around the universe, enslaving other fucking beings,
Governments conspire to hide the space
what's
cache
the
from the aliens and
more powerful being, civilization, looking at us enslaving all these people and be like, let's fucking enslave them.
Well, I'll just
they're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah,
They're gonna do it anyway.
I think the slavery position is kind of making the assumption that you would have the ability to do so, and when we're coming up against other interstellar populations, is that really going to be the case? I don't know.
So the
you're
movie
not really gonna have
Avatar.
a chance.
We are not enslaving the aliens, okay?
We should nuke
Yeah, they're
the
enslaving
aliens.
us.
No, we're not going to do that either. We're not going to do that either.
Call them in that movie Avatar. We should just kill all of them.
You sound like the guy
Guys,
from
it
the
makes no
dictator that
sense.
talks
If
about
you
the
can
queer
go
tree-hugging
from-
dudes from Avatar.
This is true.
Listen,
If you can go
That's the
from
line
one
from the
side
movie, by
of
the way.
like the universe
Listen,
to
the
the
world,
other,
the way to
you don't need
intergalactic
slaves.
peace, the way to intergalactic peace is to fuck the aliens.
Yes, both literally and figuratively.
Auda has already prepared himself mentally for the encounter with Catgirl, so there's a chance that this might take place. For the diplomacy of Earth.
He did explain in detail his Catgirl fantasy.
I know, I interrogated him. I know exactly which Catgirl to do. It's basically designed for this guy here.
It's not a fantasy.
The psyop is
It's
coming.
not a fantasy, okay.
It's not a fantasy. I don't dream about
It's a lifestyle,
it.
okay?
3
I don't-
hours
I
every
don't-
day
I
showering
don't dream
for the
about
cat
it.
girls.
I don't dream about it. I don't fantasize about it. I don't do any of that.
Why do you have such a specific preference?
I don't have a specific preference. My preference is, does it look human enough? If it does, it's fuckable.
I'm not taking any advice from a guy that fucking invested in Cardano. Okay.
That's yourself
Auda
there
from
for
the
that.
Middle East confirmed.
Oh my god.
All we need to do is look at what our ancestors did, how they survived, and they survived by being badasses. Simple as.
Yeah, we're not enslaving these motherfuckers.
You need to be like the Spanish, right? The Spanish took over South America. Instead of fucking killing them. Yeah, the Spanish, the Portuguese, instead of taking over and killing the natives, what did they do? They fucked them. They fucked the natives, and then they became the natives.
Oh my god.
I mean, you could even say I'm a product of this, this great Spanish fucking other people thing, because they.
Why do you think all the Filipinos have so much Spanish DNA in them?
Because of the fucking
Yep.
Look, the British did it all wrong. They took over a place, and then they just killed the native population. The Spanish and the Portuguese did it right.
They did it
You
right.
took over, and then you would fuck them, and then you guys would have kids.
And it wasn't
That's
rape,
what
by the way. They actually did marry them, so.
Yeah.
In case people were wondering, oh my god, they're raping them. No. They actually did marry them. It's like an actual, they were not inhumane, okay?
But Ian, you have 0% Malay DNA. You're 100% from Fujian or some bullshit like that.
No,
right?
I'm Chinese and Portuguese. I'm Chinese and Portuguese.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's base. But how did that work? If you're from Malaysia, I didn't think Portugal was up in Malaysia.
No, they were hugely. They're one of the original settlers. After the Malays went there from Indonesia, right? Because originally Malaysia or Malaya, whatever you want to call it, used to not have any Malays there. It just had the primitive Aboriginal people. The Indonesians went there. Their empire conquered it, and then not long after, maybe 100 or 200 years after, the Portuguese landed there. Although there were some previous civilizations, the Indus civilization was there in the 5th or 6th century. You can actually find ruins of Hindu temples, super ancient stuff buried under mountains of trees. They do exist, but they didn't seem to have much of an impact.
Trees,
on
they do
whole
exist.
place. Yeah.
So
it's possible though that the civilization didn't get there so much as just the religion, right? Because kind of like how Buddhism made its way to China, but India never really took over China.
yeah, I guess there weren't very many of them. They might have all died of disease, or like maybe they just became native, I guess, or maybe not native, but maybe they got conquered by the Indonesians, right? So they just sort of integrated into that, which is why you see a lot of Malays who look Indian but are not Indians, right? So that's probably why.
I thought those were like recent immigrants from like trade or something like that.
The more recent ones, the Portuguese is more recent, but no, the Malays were there for like, probably, I want to say 800 years or so. Yeah.
Look, the point is, do they look human? Do they act human? Are they intelligent life? If so, they're fuckable. That's it.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Outa just has low standards. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No.
Like, lots of things look human. but
How would
you
this guy,
actually want
dude?
to?
How would this guy know what an alien baddie looks like for real?
No, look.
I don't know, man.
Outa's theory is
Like, I'm not arguing
right?
against these matters here. I'm just trying to understand this.
Look, if an alien comes down and she's a baddie, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You do what you gotta do.
Just like that movie.
I think it's safe for the aliens to come down here. I think we've established that there's no more alien racism on this planet. If this guy is so ready to fuck one of them, we're so golden. We golden. We golden. We're ready, man. We're ready. We're alien killed already. We're ready for it, man. 100%. If there are aliens out there, we're so alien killed already. It's 100%.
And we're gonna turn them trans.
Fuck that.
Nah.
Unless they're like Sea Lords based, at that point everything's already inverted.
Look. Okay. Let's say.
What if they're hyena based?
Okay.
Oh, that's something. That is something because they have a very large pseudo-penis to act as a reproductive organ, even though they're female.
No pseudo-penis shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, Trump's just hit past 10 billion.
The pseudo penis ruins Outa's fantasy.
Okay. Fuck off. It's not a fantasy. Okay. What if?
Well, you have to kind of fantasize it in order to rationalize it.
Listen, shut the fuck up.
Okay, we should be nice to Outa. I feel like we're good.
Listen, imagine an elf. What would you say?
I think Outa's right.
Imagine an elf. What kind of elf?
I have never thought about this actually.
Like a Dungeons and Dragons
Like
elf?
one of
Or
Santa's
like
elves?
human at practice?
No.
Or like
not
or
one
like
of
a fucking
Santa's
divine
elves.
divinity elf, which have like the
Exactly.
super long necks.
Oh, like Liv Tyler. Okay.
Okay, Liv Tyler elves. Yeah. Okay.
Too much information now.
Who's Liv Tyler?
Arwen from
God.
Lord of the Rings.
With like pointy ears and live forever.
Steven Tyler's daughter. Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, I know.
The attractive elves with like pointy ears. They look human enough. And
They look extremely human. The only difference between them and humans is like the pointy ears and living extra long lives.
Exactly. So what about that? Are you gonna say,
Those are fine. Those are totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
But you probably don't want to fuck them if they look like the Tau from Warhammer, or like the any one of those other humanoid creatures.
There's some describing. I could fuck the space communists, no problem.
What about the fucking Breachkins? I mean, they look relatively human. Do
they look like a Twi'lek from Star Wars?
I have no idea what any of you are
talking about. Oh, wait a minute.
Twi'leks from Star Wars are basically just humans with like blue or green skin, and they have like tentacles for hair.
What are they called?
Fantastic.
Twi'lek, TWI''LEK.
Yeah.
Twilight.
Oh, you have to have
It's the fucking Ahsokas, bruh.
I don't know what that is.
Don't worry about
Well, I mean, before they were Ahsokas, they were working in Jabba's palace.
it. There's a reason why they're working at Jabba's palace, of course.
Of course.
Because they have a certain set of skills.
Hold on.
Precisely. And that slug has a very specific set of requirements.
Oh, like the
That's hella racist towards the Jabbas, by the way.
The ones with like the white thing,
evil race.
white and blue thing on their head.
That's one very
Yes.
Yeah.
There are green ones too.
Twilight. It's green and blue, and there's like white ones. Yeah, like super ultra pale.
Wait, yeah. Do you fuck with the sisterhood?
Probably not a good idea.
Which what are you talking about?
They could literally ghost you, you know? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know the ones that use green magic, that shit?
Oh yeah, they're not Sith, but they're like dark side adjacent.
That's what I'm saying, man. See, if that bitch wanted to dump you, they could literally turn themselves into ghosts, so actual physical ghosting.
They're
pretty cool.
Goth chicks, you know? They're like goth
yes, they're hyper goths.
Yeah. They're pretty attractive. I like the one in Jedi, was it Jedi Outcast? Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Oh my fucking god.
Look, point is...
Yeah, I think we're definitely ready for the aliens. Let's be real.
Although I think we're losing listeners rapidly as we're talking about what aliens we'd want to fuck. So the subject of conversation.
Yeah, let's go back to how shit Cardano was. Or maybe XRP.
Oh my god, somebody's like posting images of Mass Effect aliens.
What does the
oh my god,
right? Which are just basically blue-skinned humans.
I don't know
yeah,
what
here.
Effect. I don't know what
Here, there. I pinned it up at the top of the space like that.
No, not this, no way.
You're not willing to do that? That's not human enough for you?
No.
Wow.
Racist.
I guess you could call that racist, I guess. No, she's not the same race as me, as in the human fucking race, so... I don't know.
My god.
That's extremely racist.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I would be fine with, like, that's about as alien as we're willing to go. At least it's not like the one thing I could never see myself doing is, like, a Cation from fucking Star Trek. I just can't. I just couldn't do that.
What does that look like?
It literally is a humanoid that looks humanoid, but has the actual fucking face of a cat. I'm talking Egyptian shit right there.
Hold on, Cation... Did you say Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Trek.
Star Trek, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way. Imagine if that comes in the form of the Sphinx cat. Holy shit.
Is this it?
Send it to me. I didn't see it yet. Are you sending it to me in my DMs?
Yeah, I sent it on XChat. Is this it?
Let me take a look. No, that's a Cardassian. Literally fucking read the text there.
I looked up Cation and nothing showed up.
Oh fuck's sake. Let me get it. Hang on.
How did you spell?
I spelled it with a K.
Why would you spell cat with a K?
This is a very good question. I mean, I was talking about fucking cat beings. That's a place. I didn't know that exists. I didn't know that there's a place that's called.
Maybe it just takes one to know one.
I see. That's
what I'm saying, man. Literally.
No, that's not human enough.
Did you know that there's literally a fucking encyclopedia for this? It's called WikiFur. You gotta be shitting me.
Oh my god.
Really? What the fuck?
That's fucking
yeah,
weird,
no, these aren't human enough for me.
That's what I'm saying.
I was so distracted by this conversation that I didn't pay when I got onto the Singaporean subway, and I didn't and so now I'm gonna get
directly.
Nice.
It's really bad.
Can you ask? Wait. Actually, when you get off the bus, just before they arrest you, can you ask them what kind of alien they'd be willing to, procreate with?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're gonna. That's capital punishment in Singapore. Talking about fucking aliens, so better not.
Someone in the replies asked, "Would you fuck a girl with devil horns?"
Probably not.
Sure, why not?
Hey,
what the fuck?
What type of freak shit are you on?
I have a perfect meme for this, actually.
It's like, yeah, I'd fuck a girl with devil horns.
That's like a succubus.
Oh my god!
That's literally a succubus.
Oh god.
And then they would drain the life out of you. Literally,
that was a bit
disgusting.
You'd be dead.
Marriage.
Is that called child support? Because I don't know, man.
Oh no, you definitely have to figure out how to avoid that.
You know, when the aliens come down, they realize that we were using the nuclear magic glowing rocks to boil water so it can create power. They're gonna be looking at it going like, man, this is the most ghetto shit I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, and they would look at they would look at us like actively not using the magic rocks, and they'd be like, are these people retarded?
Exactly.
I'm sure they use the magic rocks the same way we do.
What kind of magic rocks are we referring to here?
Uranium.
Okay.
Yeah.
The best, I think.
But they probably are like using the energy of stars or something. I don't know.
Harnessing the fusion.
I mean, that's a theory.
Explains why it's so fucking dark out there.
There's so many fucking giant stars out there. Like way bigger than our sun.
You don't have to even build a Dyson sphere. You could build a Dyson ring around it, like a halo.
Yeah. America.
It's all got to start somewhere.
That's what I'm saying, man. Found it. Hold up. I found the meme. Check the X chat, everyone.
It's good to get some fresh air.
No. Wiki. What is a wiki for? Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, don't ask questions, keep reading. Here, this is you, Ada. This is what you do.
What am I doing?
It's the X chat.
You haven't shut that
Look, all I'm gonna say, this is a good sign. Us talking about whether or not we'd engage with reproduction when it comes to the aliens means that we are the least racist people on the planet. So we should prepare to ourselves. We've thought so far ahead of like the inclusivity that we've included things that don't even exist yet. We are so far ahead, man. It's unbelievable.
You're unbiased.
I'm about to tell you the most base thing you've ever heard in your entire life.
That's
My father,
sophistication.
who has now passed away,
Uh-huh.
used to tell me that black, yellow, red, brown, they're all pink on the inside.
Goddamn. Hey,
how based is that?
XRP down.
I swear this guy's like born in the 60s or something.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, the whole
My
market's
father? No, he was born in the 40s.
That explains so much.
Poor XRP.
I'm not that old, though, guys. Don't think I'm old. I'm not.
Sure, bro. I should pull the gaslighting thing on him.
On who?
Yeah, like that. If I snap my fingers, you'll forget that you are ever old. And then you snap your fingers. Thumbs up. Funny. Everybody's like, watch that. Let's say, I will snap my fingers, and you will forget you were ever gay. You can't just snap your fingers. You can't just state something and snap your fingers. It's such a fun meme. It's burnt into my brain.
Trump meme coin at 9.5 billion and 80% is held in one wallet.
We are so fucking hooked.
Yeah. That's not good.
Is that shit rugs? Oh boy.
I mean, like, I don't know how it's gonna. The only way it can rug is if like he pulls. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, like, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got to wait for presidential immunity to do it first, right?
So.
Bro, imagine he runs with presidential immunity, bro. I'd be fucking dead. I'm like, dude, we're cooked, bro.
Honestly, I feel like there would be a lot of degenerates in crypto that would be like, wow, what a G.
100%. They'd look at this and be like, I actually kind of respect that.
Yeah, they're like, I would have done it to you, too.
That would be a bad one, man. The liberals would never stop fucking hating on that.
Oh no, it would be bad for crypto's image overall, I think. So hopefully not. Man that is wise. Like it's a common strategy for coins to look really shitty in the beginning, and then they do something to like derug, and then that becomes a pump event.
A trader is up $29.8 million in Trump.
Wow.
That's from 2 hours ago.
That's insane.
Yeah. So some guy made, $30 million.
I mean, but he can't. That's the thing, is that with the liquidity, you can't pull that all at once anyways, so.
Yeah, it wouldn't sell, yeah.
Just numbers on a screen. That's why it's smarter to play with smaller amounts. Like, if you end up with millions and there's, like, 8 million at most in the LP, like, you don't really have much.
Yep. This person has so far not sold anything yet.
Well, what's so funny?
Info ears.
Hold on, let me send it in the group chat.
Yo, I'm using AirPods right now. Is it gonna give me cancer?
Yes.
Yeah.
This guy.
It's worse than the microwaves.
Oh my god.
I use wired headphones only.
This fucking guy. It's crazy.
So
yeah, I use wired as well, but only if I'm on the PC.
Definitely.
I'm not on the PC right now.
So, I'm not going to talk about this yet, but you should read it. Like, read all of it. It is fucking crazy.
YouTuber that's trying to get monetized.
Well,
This is, that's 100%. It's no secrets there.
It's super interesting. You should
Oh
read all
my
of it.
god, no way.
It rugged?
No way, they actually, no way.
It rugged?
Wild.
No, nothing wrong.
No, nothing to do with that.
No.
This is the thing I sent to the link. Yeah.
Don't scare me like that, bro. I was gonna say, there goes the U.S. economy, bro.
Yeah, read the whole thing. It's crazy.
Adrian, also check your DMs too. Just a quick update on the thing that I was just showing you before. Look at the difference now.
Mm-hmm.
Like just from
By
letting
the way, that was already obvious to me. I just wasn't the guy who was gonna say that. Not in regards to Jordan, in regards to what you sent me there. That was already obvious. I just didn't say anything.
Keep reading it. It gets crazier.
No, I already know about all this. Yeah.
Even the stuff at the bottom about the guy.
About the guy, the specifics, no. But about the fact that something like that was happening, yeah. I just didn't know the specifics are great.
That part's a given, yeah. Like, I knew about that. I even talked about it.
But the guy is different, yes.
Yeah, it's like, if you're going to identify as something, why are you this other thing who's like, quite the opposite of being based?
Yas.
You're not based.
You're not based if you sell photos of yourself nude. And that's what this guy was doing.
Alright.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you're quote-unquote conservative.
Nice one. Hey man, dude, look, here's the thing. You can be conservative. If you post naked pictures on the internet, man, like, that's gonna be preserved forever. It's there, man. People get to even share it. People are gonna share it, especially the people who are not even gay, man. They're gonna share that stuff because it's the topic of the town, man. Like, remember when that weird sex tape came out and everybody fucking watched it? I didn't watch it because I think it's fucking stupid. Like, what am I gonna do? Watch someone else's fucking sex tape? It was like a guy, I think it was a Destiny sex tape or something. Remember when that came out? And everybody was like talking about it. Everybody was watching it. I was like, why is everybody watching this? Like, if you wanted, how is this a thing? Like, why do you care? And not only do they watch a clip of it, they watch the whole fucking thing. And I'm like,
it was irate. It was all over the timeline. Couldn't help but see it, even if I.
I didn't see it. I didn't see any of it. I saw like one post of this. I was like, I don't give a fuck. And then I clicked on a bunch of tech content, so I didn't really deal with it.
What are we talking about?
There was a sex tape a while back, or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's like which one? Because there's do you just try not to say the name?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good call.
I mean, in general, I try to keep specifics off the table when it comes to things like that. Look, if people have their weird sexual preferences, that is what it is. That's what you do. You know, it's fine.
I think
it's behind closed
I think
doors.
it's bad when they're hypocrites about it. You know, like Destiny.
Exactly.
Is not
I mean, look. Destiny is not. Destiny is not somebody who is like hypocritical about his fucking sex life. Like, I'll give him a point there. He fucking like admits to, it's like, oh yeah, I do this, I do that, and he's got a bunch of fucking women walking in the background. So it's like he's into some freak shit. So it's fine. You know, it's all right. He does what he does. To like leak that as something is just basically you want to see somebody else fail. But it's ironic because in a way you just got mind fucked by this dude for no fucking reason whatsoever. So why did you watch this?
Yeah. He's okay because he's not being a hypocrite about it. It's the other guy involved that is the hypocrite.
Yeah. That is crazy.
It's the same thing with this thing here that I sent you. You know, it's like if you're gonna masquerade as a conservative, you know, maybe don't be selling gay dick pics of yourself.
Who did this? Is this recent?
This is recent. Yeah, it just came out. I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
That's crazy.
What do you guys think of Trump coin?
I think it's a scam.
Yeah.
A general rule of shit coins, unless like don't get into it. Just basically not get into it.
Oh no,
that's my general advice.
I'm not gonna put my money in it, but I wonder what you guys think about like who is gonna put their money into it and why.
Everyone who's a degen. There's billions of dollars there's billions of dollars on the market ready to grab, and it's just, and that's just a fraction. It's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a very large percentage of the population that is into this kind of bullshit, and a lot of that population is not even inside of the U.S. itself.
Yeah. The Hawk to a girl, that whole thing.
He needs to talk to a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how people can see that and then go, well, maybe the next one will be good.
No, you don't understand. The idea is, with people like that, what they think is they're going to get in earlier than everybody else and then exit out, even though they've already, every single front-run, backwash, whatever the fuck, scam has already happened to this thing. You're just the last squeeze of an already squeezed fruit.
Yeah. Everyone wants to.
You're not early. You're just unfashionably late.
They sign over their name, their image, their likeness, their voice. They are willing to just like contract it all out. They think they're getting rid of all the liability by doing that, and that they're just going to get a little payday out of it. And the people who convince them, like, I mean, Adrian and I have personal experience with the person who did the Hawk Tuah coin. They're very convincing. They're very charming people, and they can talk very established celebrities even into doing these risky bullshit coins. It's wild.
It's an amazing skill. I'll grant them that.
By the time alpha trickles down on your feed, and through your optic nerve, you've been front run, back run, armed, MEV, GIT, exit liquidated, dumped on body, got it.
This was captured by air.
This guy
I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds.
You don't have to. Be happy that you don't. That means that you're doing things right.
I'll go get GRT this weekend, or whatever you said.
GRT.
Oh my fucking Christ.
Yeah. Basically, those are all ways you can lose your money on crypto.
If you have a bidet, you can physically get backwashed.
Yo, you want to know what's crazy? So I was on the roundtable earlier, and they were like, "So what are we gonna do about this pump fund lawsuit?" And I was like, "Double down on everything." And I said, "It's not financial advice, guys, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm putting everything right back in real quick." And I just put everything back in right then and there, and literally just fell off. Oh,
Again, this is the thing. It's just basically gambling at this point. That's all that it is. It's like gambling with a very large smidgen of insider trading. That's what crypto has kind of devolved into.
Public information, though. I mean, I don't think anybody here is an insider. It's people operating based on observation.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not saying that everybody is. I'm just saying that a lot of the most profitable ones are. 100%.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, because the public offering is like 10%, and then it's the holders.
This is crazy. Like, just for people to understand, normally 80%. That should be the other way around. The 80% is the public allocation. The 10% is for whoever wants to dump. Like, is the insider, right?
Right now with the Trump coin thing, it's 10% that's public and 90% of it is owned by private stakeholders. That's really sus.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's like that's red flag, huge, massive fucking CCP red flag right there. Right in your face.
If you see this kind of stuff, if you see this kind of stuff on anything, you would never buy it. If you were a shitcoiner, this type of new age digital gambler, you would look at that and go, "Yeah, no, I'm not fucking buying this."
Explain it for people who don't understand. What's the 90-10 thing?
Basically, imagine it like this. So you have a bunch of, you're gonna sell something, and when people buy this thing, the value of what that thing is goes up. Now let's imagine that I keep a very large percentage of the supply of the thing that I'm selling, so that when people keep buying it, the demand goes up. I can now sell my own position, get all the profit, and leave everybody else in the shit, because then instantly the value does in fact collapse.
Right. But it sounded like someone said that 90% of it was held by something or whatever, and that's how you can tell they're going to do that?
No, that's normally how it works. I'm not saying in this case it's going to happen, but normally you do it.
So, we don't know if they necessarily
Most cases,
but
most cases, so maybe they have a bunch of other things that they're going to try out, give it to people or burn it. In the case of burning it, it's just like, oh wow, they just held it all down, and now the 10% is the most valuable that there is because all the other supply is just gone now.
Okay.
It's like inflation, if you burn your money, then there's less owed.
Everyone else gets more valuable. Yeah.
Exactly. Inverse inflation, effectively.
Right. So imagine
about like market cap. The market cap doesn't change, but there's less supply, so that market cap gets spread thicker.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Gotcha. Yeah. So imagine like the U.S. dollar, and then suddenly you 10x the supply of the U.S. dollar. And that's basically effectively what happens when someone has 90% of the supply and they can just dump.
I see. Yeah, so if somebody dumps, it's like the inflation goes up exponentially.
So it's a huge amount of control in one person's hands, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't believe we just fucking... Dude, I can't believe we just shitcoin pilled her math. What the fuck is wrong with us?
Well, people have been...
What the fuck is wrong with us? We truly have been
asking me to launch a coin.
Yeah, definitely do it. If anybody's messaging you, no matter who it is, deny it flat out. Doesn't matter what the size of the account is. Doesn't matter what fucking reputation they think they have. No, let anyone talk you into launching fucking anything.
No, I'm very
every other fucking day. It's just I'm not gonna join your little shitcoin scheme. No.
Yeah.
Except if you want to launch dump that ass.
Fuck that. That's a troll, by the way. Or give us BTC. Either way works.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
BTC or Doge.
Yeah, BTC or Doge is pretty decent. Yeah.
Sorry, I only deal in Solana.
I hope that fucking blockchain ceases to exist.
Oh my god, use a swap. Grow up.
Jordan, we're sending you to the Shadow Realm.
I was going to Solana, but I'm not ready to it.
No. Okay, I'll convert to Linux. I promise.
All right.
Good.
Convert your soul
good enough, I guess.
Yes, join the cult.
I've
That's
liberated.
By the way, after we're done with the exercise, hey, has everybody done their push-ups today?
I did.
Yeah, I did.
I have not done mine yet. I'll do them right now.
Very good. See, that's part of it. That's part of this thing that we're doing. Next year, we're all going to convert to fucking Linux.
Oh god.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I have liberated every single machine that I can.
I will liberate all of
Ahead of the game.
I use exclusively Linux and Mac.
I have dual boot with Windows and Linux right now, but yeah, I'm willing to convert it over.
I'm not converting.
You're playing video games on Windows, so it's fine.
I lied. I'm not converting.
Exactly.
We're gonna force you to.
Nah, it's just not happening.
You know
It's
how,
good.
you know how Joe Biden said if you didn't vote for him, you're not black.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If you don't
Yeah,
use
yeah.
Linux, you're not part of the space.
Alright, fuck it, I'm out.
He makes a valid point. In regards to that, I actually have a meme. I have a meme for this actually. Hold up, let me fucking find it. Where the fuck is this meme? God, I get so many work pictures on my phone. Fucking hell.
Do like I do and have just like a meme folder. Like I have a folder just for memes.
Memes are not going to catch up to live conversations until we're all, what's the microchip in your brain that Elon wants to?
Neuralink?
Neuralink, yeah. When we're all
You literally
Neuralink,
fucking said it right there.
yeah, it'll auto post memes for you.
I got 40 and
What is the Neuralink?
I'll do 10 more before bed.
I've been stalling
Ten more.
to see if I can get it.
What do you mean? You can do it right now. It's not fucking hard, bro.
Well, I just did
What?
40. I'm a little tired.
Oh, 40? Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, don't let him play you.
I was like, wait a minute.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. I looked at me.
I can't wait for the last time that I have to hear about either of those people.
It'll be the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Are you talking about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
Yeah. I can't believe that I had to look at their faces and hear their names for 4 years. It's disgusting.
He hired a group of walkers.
He hired
Can you imagine, like, a group of walkers? Because he gets lost, right? Like, he doesn't know where to go.
Right.
So he has, like, a group of staffers that sort of follow him around.
Yep.
And if he's seemingly lost, they will walk to the destination so he can follow them.
Yeah.
I
That's
need me
literally
one of
a thing.
those.
Doesn't he just forget who they are?
He also, yeah. I mean, he doesn't understand what's going on most of the time, and he has requested demanded multiple naps in between sessions where he would have to sit in meetings and stuff that were extra long. He would actually take a break to take a fucking nap.
I will say though, when Joe does lock in, he does say some pretty hard shit.
Yeah, that's like this old self. He's angry as fuck. I like that.
He said
Joe.
he wants to smack
What
you
does
with the
handlers
axe.
give him his stims?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Really on stem.
Did you listen to like the July 4th like speech he gave? It's like
Yeah, he was angry as fuck. Yeah, he had like his
never
eyes were like
bow.
he wasn't
we
blinking.
never bow. We're America, second to none, and we own the finish line. That went pretty hard.
That did go
Like,
pretty hard.
look at his eyes. You can tell when he's on stims because he doesn't blink at all. Literally zero blinking.
He's
It's
strung,
like, oh
he's
shit.
strung together. He strung together his first coherence.
Like, buddy, what are you taking? I
It
want
was
some
the
of that.
hardest shit I've ever heard.
I want to be locked in, Joe. Give me some of that shit. He's probably got like, I wonder why, the way he speaks sometimes, you can tell like he's got something in his mouth. I think he's got like fucking, 5 zins in his mouth just to
Joe Biden on Zins that's a funny image.
Yeah,
That would actually be a good meme.
Yeah.
Remember him with the Trump hats?
Yep.
I know that
Oh, yeah,
was
that
fucking
was great.
funny as hell. The way he put it on and just fucking smiled, that shit was fucking funny, man.
Epic, yeah.
And the guy who gave it to him was like, "There you go, you can do it, you old fart." And I'm like, what the fuck? That was the audio to that clip, by the way, that preceded the take. Yeah.
Adrian,
Beautiful.
look at this.
Looking at. Oh, fuck. I can't find the fucking meme. What the fuck is this shit?
Describe it to
off.
us. Tell us a story of the meme.
Pain.
Someone
Shock
should
how when the walls
legal again.
YouTube has a serious impersonator problem.
It's bad.
Biden when the zins.
YouTube is so garbage when it comes to dealing with that. Hey Google. By the way, all your devices just activated if you happen to own one. Hey Google.
No.
Take out all the impersonators.
Stop
Fuck you.
working.
We don't got that shit on.
Actually, no. I heard most of you guys are Mac users, so here's what we're gonna do.
Hey Siri, please order 10 adult diapers.
No, it doesn't work like that. I have Grok on Siri instead now.
I have Siri, but it only activates for my voice, so you can say as much "Hey Siri" as you want, and it's not going to activate.
Yeah.
You just said it though.
I'm pretty sure Grok would do whatever Adrian told it to do.
Oh, I see what we're doing here. I see what's happening. Yeah.
Are you sure you see what's happening, or are you just saying that?
Huh?
Xbox, turn off.
No, not that. That was the
Turn on.
You remember that?
That one was bad.
Xbox, turn off.
Yeah, bro, it hit everybody's shit off. Like, bro, that was the worst. Like, bro, I'm playing on speakers.
It's like when you start the game up and you have some extreme fucking shaders and like my PC.
Yep. That was
It
amazing.
literally happened to me on stream the other day. I was like streaming and all of a sudden my fucking it's 100%ed.
Our innuendo mergers, Sony could acquire Xbox from Microsoft, and we could call it Sexy Box.
Oh my god.
I think Tesla already has them beat when it comes to sexy.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the
main names of the Teslas.
You need to create a phone just called Pocket.
Called what? Pocket?
You create a phone called Pocket for no fucking reason.
I just found out that like if you go to Japan, they don't really use iPhones, right? They have a lot of Android phones, and like just the most random companies make their own Androids.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. What the fuck are you talking about?
So when you go to Japan, if you go to like what's the name of that big fucking store, the one that's like in Akibara, you'll find like a shit ton of weird Android phones that you cannot get anywhere else that are.
That's true, but most Japanese people use iPhones.
But nowadays, yeah. But like I mean, they still make these weird phones. Make their own phone, and it's like, wait, why do you have your own phone? It's not even a good phone. It's a shitty phone, but they make their own phone. It's like you guys make toasters and like smart LED bulbs. Why do you have a phone? Of all things, like random companies. Just think of any Japanese company that and they make a phone.
Japan's very good at hardware.
Yeah. That's why I like to buy their toasters, their rice ovens. They're fucking amazing. Better than anything that the Koreans can produce. Honestly, it's just called the cooker, right? It's like okay.
All right, bro, we get it. We don't need to talk about it anymore.
Well, I'm trying to get rich, bro.
You bought that stuff. But yeah, the Japanese are very good at hardware manufacturing. Like if you ever use their headphones, man, they're good. Solid design, and also built for durability.
Yeah, usually, the Koreans aren't as good as the Japanese.
Yeah.
What does give Koreans the edge is that nearly 100% of the intelligence.
to manufacture anywhere else.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, like, even Sony buys their panels, you know? Like, Vizio buys their panels. Fucking American companies buy their panels. Everyone does. Not a, like, there's not a
I
single
wouldn't be
company in the
surprised
world
if
that
it's
doesn't.
like totally analogous to TSMC and semiconductors.
Mm-hmm. Even the Chinese buy their panels. You know, you can buy, like, Hisense, for example, Hisense TVs, and they're pretty decent. They use Samsung panels. They don't make their own.
It's like buying a plane. You got to buy a Rolls Royce or a GE engine, right?
Right, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna ask Claude. Let's see.
Remember when RCA used to make panels? Well, it's not panels, TVs. They don't exist anymore.
Did RCA make
Samsung and LG? Samsung and LG.
RCA used to make TVs.
Well, I know they used to make like cathode ray TVs, but did they ever make flat panels?
I don't. IBM used to make what do you call it? LCDs for a while.
Huh.
IBM of all things. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were the first to make TFTs. Yeah, the first TFT panel was made by IBM.
It says that Samsung and LG made massive early investments in OLED technology, giving them a significant head start. And they had vertical integration, so they could control their entire supply chain, and they spent way more on R&D than any other companies.
Makes sense.
Is that how TSMC got started? Does anyone know?
No. That's not how TSMC started.
TSMC got
So, I forget his name.
Philips, right?
Something Morris Chang went from TI. Like, how did it get started?
Morris Chang. Yeah, so basically Morris Chang wanted to start a company, and he was given like support from the Taiwanese government, and the Taiwanese government basically said that we'll invest in the company, but you need to also bring in a semiconductor company in to invest and like help out with it as well. So he brought on Philips, Philips was also responsible for creating ASML, and basically through that they met up with ASML, and ASML obviously became the company that created the EUV machines, modern EUV machines, EUV machines. Yeah, and you also had the fact that TSMC made a lot of correct decisions early on, whereas their competitors like Intel made a lot of costly decisions that were completely incorrect. So they made the right decisions. They chose the right customers. They didn't make the mistakes that Intel made, and Intel made a ton of mistakes, which ended up costing them. And they also got lazy, and they just started milking the people that were buying their chips. And they also had supply. They also had the advantage of economies of scale, which is a major advantage in semiconductors, which isn't really the case as much in other industries. Economies of scale alone, just being the biggest manufacturer of chips alone, gives you an advantage that nothing else could give.
Cool, thank you. If anyone else is making OLED, and there are 4 other companies doing it. There's 3 Chinese companies. One is BOE Technology, one is Visionox, and one is Tianma Microelectronics. And the 4th one is a Japanese company, it's a conglomerate called JOLED. It's a joint venture between Sony, Panasonic, and Japan Display Incorporated.
What's the market share?
It's like very typical of Japan.
Yep, what's the market share of JOLED? Asking it.
Grok. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's getting really useful. It filed for bankruptcy.
Bro.
Right.
That did not work out. So right now,
Hey,
major
Grok.
players are only 3 left, really. Samsung, LG, and BOE. Jesus.
Where's that DOE from again?
BOE is Chinese.
Okay.
Yeah. Fucking wild. So Hisense, I asked where does it source its LCD panels? It says they make their own LCD panels. Cool. Oh, that explains why they have like the fucking 200-inch TV that nobody else has. They made it themselves. That's crazy. That's cool. There's a micro LED panel too. It actually looks really good. I've seen it in person. It's like awesome. I might want to get one actually.
By the way,
next year.
my understanding is on OLED TVs, Samsung and LG actually have opposing technologies.
Yep.
So,
big computers.
What I mean is that it actually works differently. So, as far as I understand it, LG's OLED panels actually work when it's small OLED panels, smaller OLED panels, whereas Samsung's works better when it's large OLED panels.
Yeah. Yeah, Samsung makes all the big 38-inch or 34-inch, big TVs and stuff, yeah. Big monitors and big TVs. LG makes the stuff that you might find on a watch or something.
Yeah, so the technology actually has
like an iPhone. Yeah.
Yeah, so LG's technology has a better yield when it's smaller, whereas Samsung's has a better yield when it's bigger.
Says here, Hisense sources its OLED panels from LG. They use their W OLED panels.
What
they
a
do make
W.
TVs as well. Yeah. I don't know what I think the W comes in a white. It has like a white LED on it. Yeah. So like normally the OLEDs are all like red, green, blue, right, or whatever. But they have like a white component for it that gives it better brightness and more color reproduction accuracy. Interesting. It says here Chinese manufacturer Hisense also sources its panels, LCD panels, from BOE, China Star, HKC Display, Chot, and CEC Panda. And 76% of its LCD panels came from these Chinese panel makers in 2022. So that number has probably gone down because they started making their own stuff. And their own stuff is really impressive. If you've ever seen their new displays, their new micro LED displays, really fantastic stuff. I like micro LED technology more than OLED. Honestly, it's it just displays better in the broad daylight.
By the way, what's the Chinese TV brand?
Hisense.
No, like another one, I think.
Huawei makes them as well.
No, the one that like all the TV manufacturers used.
Oh, I should know this, but I'm just gonna ask Grok. It's easier. Hisense is the biggest one. TCL.
Yes, TCL.
Yeah. They make mini LEDs and QLED panels, yeah.
Yeah, how's that going?
Pretty well. I don't think they allow you to import them into the US, unfortunately. But they do have these massive ones that just came out. They're like, 150 inches and stuff. Super heavy. You need like 3 people to carry them.
Honestly, if the U.S. continues with banning everything like this, they're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, they are, yeah. Because this stuff is cheap as well. Like, I can buy one here in Dubai. I've seen them in person. Really big, and like a 108-inch panel from TCL, which you cannot get this in the form of an OLED or anything. They don't exist, right? 108 inches, micro LED, costs roughly $2,500. That is very cheap for a really good display.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, they don't like that in the U.S. It's not licensed there.
They want to ban. The company. The drone company.
Yeah.
DJI.
DJI? They want to ban DJI?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, they want to ban it, but they actually lost a case against DJI in court a couple of days ago. So they wanted to geo-block the drones from flying over certain areas, and DJI won. They were like, no, you can't do that. Yeah.
Wow.
So, GG.
With DJI, I kind of understand it because it has such like a dominance over the market.
You know what makes me feel
That like no one else can even compete realistically. So if you allow for like a native like competitor.
Yeah, but nobody wants to make one though. You know, it's like DJI has a whole top-down approach as well. That's the reason why they're so dominant. Their stuff is cheap because they literally own the entire chain of like manufacturing.
Well, let's ignore cheap, right?
Yeah.
If we even ignore cheap, DJI hands down has by far the best drones.
It's still the best. Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's cheap and the best.
Correct.
That's the difference.
Yep. It's not
Right,
like Leica where, you know, you have like amazing fucking, you know, lenses and stuff, but it's expensive as shit.
Yeah. Even in the expensive category, DJI's drones are better.
Yep. They're used for everything from, you know, personal use to farming equipment and military equipment. Like, farmers use them a lot. They're very useful. Yeah, you need them for like.
But yes,
surveying.
the US should absolutely the US companies should absolutely step up their game.
Yeah, but what do they have? What's the company that makes those stupid switchblades that can't travel very far? I think that's like the only real competitor. It's not really a competitor at all.
No, I think they do have like a few companies, but they're still not as good.
You know what would be nice is if Palmer Lucky's company actually made civilian products.
Yeah.
They could do it. They got engineering for it, yeah. And now they're building a mega factory in, I think, North Carolina or something? Yeah. Yeah,
They're building a what factory?
A mega factory to just build drones, yeah. It's gonna, I saw Palmer tweeting about it. He said that it's gonna offer like, you know, thousands of jobs to this location. I forget exactly which state it was, but yeah, that's the thing. So that's a good step forward. Although I do wish they made, you know, civilian products as well, and there's no reason why they can't. I mean, look at the company that makes fucking GlitterX. What is their main client? Oh, it's the U.S. military. You would never guess. They make chaff.
Is that what I was gonna say? Did they ever find out what the glitter is for? It's chaff.
It's just chaff, yeah. It's chaff. It's the same machines that they use to make glitter, right? So glitter is just the thing they make. But they also make chaff, and they make like a bunch of other things related to military application, like the paints you use in what do you call it, like on ships and stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I heard that story. I don't know if everyone else heard that one. That there was just some kind of rumor going around that there was a huge purchaser of glitter, and they were all hush hush about it, and they were like, "We can't say who our biggest client is."
Yep.
It's used for fucking cars, dude.
It's cars, car paints.
Like, why do you think the car paint is like shiny, you know, silvery like that?
Yeah.
That's all metal. It's fucking plastics, bro.
Yeah. It's glitter. It's aluminum foil.
Did you say aluminum?
Yes.
Aluminium.
You must be scientifically correct here.
You know, I called it aluminum because the inventor of aluminum called it aluminum, not some fucking British person. You know, he was an American. And he's like,
okay, good
aluminum.
then. If you go by the words of a creator or product, right?
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. No, I already know what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. What sounds more...
I pronounce it interchangeably. I say GIF and GIF. So, yeah.
It depends on the audience. If the guy in front of me says GIF, I shall too say GIF.
It's GIF.
I stick to my old...
Look, it depends on who I'm in front of, but if it's an atheist who likes to pronounce it GIF or GIF, if he says GIF, I'm going to pronounce my fucking version of God Jod. Just kidding. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's GIF though.
It is GIF, yeah. I think that's what the creator called it.
No, he called it GIF.
You call it GIF? It's the look.
Why
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Phonetically,
G? I mean, for like graphics, it doesn't make any sense.
yeah, exactly. So we're gonna call it GIF. By the execution of how English works, which is how I think we're gonna, go forward. We should in fact call it a GIF.
GIF.
Graphics interchange format, yeah.
Just kidding.
Nice.
Yeah.
But abbreviations don't actually follow what the...
They don't, no.
Yeah, what the actual... it actually sounds
Abbreviations in
like.
general are just kind of fucked because people call them ATM machines when M is literally in the abbreviation. They should just be ATMs.
AT machines.
AT machines. Yeah, that's right.
That bothers me so much.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable for machines. I'm gonna go.
And if it's a robber that tries to take it out with explosive, it's an AT&T machine.
Wow.
That is the most autistic joke I've ever heard. Presented on a late night show with Jimmy Fallon, and your audience would not laugh, and then you'd be left there looking really, really stupid, like Linus Tech Tips was a couple of days ago when he was on.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Jimmy Fallon.
What did he say?
So cringy. He's so uncomfortable. Holy shit! Like holy fucking shit!
Yeah.
Like I've
What
never
shows
seen
did
him
he
look
make?
like that.
Why
Like,
the
he made
fuck
some
was he
weird
there?
autistic joke about anime waifus, and no one laughed. It just fell flat. It was awkward. It was like, oh, dude, no, why? Like, I could tell he was nervous, like, you look at him, he looks tired and nervous as fuck. And he's just, like, sitting there uncomfortably, and, he's like a deer caught in the headlights, and they're asking him questions before they shoot him to death, like, that's what it felt like. It's horrible. Horrible.
Why the fuck was he even there? That's the question.
He got invited while he was at CF. He actually talked about it today on his podcast, right? Before I came on the show, I actually watched it. And he said that they sent him an invite randomly. They saw him, like, his coverage of CES was, like, all over YouTube. And so he thought, okay, fine, I'll go on and take 3 days, whatever. This is cool. I get to speak to a new audience. I get to, it's neat. And yeah, sure, maybe their viewership is maybe not as good as his own, but, it's still a different audience, right? So he decided to go on there thinking, it'd be a cool experience. Well, it was and it wasn't. I'm sure it was for him. It was definitely an experience, but for anyone listening or watching it, it was definitely fucking uncomfortable as fuck. Because you look at him and you kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah, it was cringy as shit.
Like,
And
normally
then
Jimmy Fallon, he's calm.
Jimmy Fallon was like, what? Wife? And then he had to explain. Yeah, and then he had to explain. He had to explain to Jimmy Fallon what a wife he was.
Yeah, that's the thing. The joke failed. You know the joke failed. You just gotta move on past that. He's not even unused to being live on air. He does streams. He's fine, perfectly confident. You watch him on his shows, he's great in front of a camera, right? He can present documentaries, no problem.
Yeah, but he was
then you put
super
him
nervous on that one.
like, my God, it's like seeing him, seeing a person who's never been on TV before.
Exactly.
It's like, oh no, why? Why are you like this? You're laughing and giggling and like shaking around. It's like your hyper autism mode is activated. Oh no. Like, I know the guy's autistic, right? But, he's on the spectrum. Surely is.
We're all autistic.
Yeah, we all are, so it's fine saying that. But, my God, it's like, holy fuck, I've never seen him so bad. Even watching his, old videos, he wasn't this nervous. Like,
Yeah, it was cringy as shit. It was the cringiest.
Terrible. It's like, no, Linus, no. No, you were the chosen one.
It's like with all your programs fail, including task managers. Like, you were not meant to join meant to join the frozen processes. You were meant to end them.
Seriously, there's nothing worse than that. There's really not. It's the hardest thing to watch.
Exactly. My task manager frozen. I'm so cooked.
These are not his people, right? You could make that joke here, he would laugh. He could make that joke, we would all laugh. It's fucking hilarious. But you put that in front of a normie audience and...
Dude, literally going on fucking Jimmy Fallon, you have to talk some super intellectual shit to inspire people. You're not going to be able to make autistic jokes. Literally, you cannot do that in front of fucking turbo normies. It's not happening.
Yeah, you go there, you talk about quantum physics, you confuse the shit out of all of them.
Yeah.
They're the people that think that someone like, what is this fucking face again? I keep forgetting him. The science communicator.
Bill Nye?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're the types of people who think Neil deGrasse Tyson is the most inspiring thing next to Einstein.
Oh God, stupidest man alive.
Oh no, I've seen examples, but not that. I wouldn't go that far. No.
Okay. So he's like maybe the smartest of the subhumans. Okay, let's put it that way.
Oh my God.
I just think he's working a certain grift.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. You know, he used to be more inspiring when he wasn't fucking, like, he didn't have, like, the Elon derangement syndrome, and now, you know, he counter-signals everything Elon does. It's like, well, why do we even need to go to space? It's like,
I don't fucking know. Your entire existence depends on it, by the way. Like, his entire, like, if space itself were not to be a priority for exploration or anyone was, like, interested in it, his entire existence as a quote-unquote communicator would literally not be possible.
Yep. It's really
So,
frustrating.
literally, his entire relevance is depending on it. So, I guess.
Like, my God, why are you counter-signaling Elon? Oh, because he want normie approval. Nice. Fucking Redditors, man. Like, I fucking love science. No, you don't. You love the idea of science. You worship false prophets.
I love science, but only if I can change it to fit my ideology.
They don't know what science is. Most of them.
No, they don't. Fucking clowns, man.
Science for the win.
Faux intellectualism is one of the most damaging things that somebody said to me recently that mass literacy was the greatest mistake that humanity ever made, and I'm really considering that. Maybe some people just shouldn't be reading. Yeah,
they need to be told what to do and kept in their place.
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe the problem is that we stop at the bare minimum with literacy and we don't teach critical thinking skills. I'd like to think that...
Have you seen the teachers in school lately? Do you think that that's a robot? Because sometimes I feel like that is. By that extent, when I consider all of this, I feel like a fucking alien.
Yeah.
I think that fewer people than you would be happy about can actually absorb critical thinking skills. I think that there's some people that no matter how many times you show it to them, they don't get it and can't do it.
I completely agree.
It's bizarre to me because, like, you know, I interact with a lot of Russians here, right? And they don't exhibit this kind of normie stupidity. You know, they are actually critical thinkers. And it dawned on me that their education system is just so much better than what America has. That's why they're capable of thinking for themselves. And you know, we're not talking politics here. We're just talking random stuff, right? And they're just, like, smart. I can interact with them on normal, like, at the same level, you know. And
it's a huge selection bias problem, though, because most of the people you're interacting with are Russians who are capable of learning another language. It's like Russians, like people from America who can learn Russian, probably 98% plus, all have critical thinking skills, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there is a selection bias there for sure. Yeah. Like, I interact with programmers, engineers, social media people, but they're smart as hell, you know?
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of critical thinking skills that are necessary for effective cultural exchange.
Yep. And your average normie from, you know, New York City probably doesn't have the capabilities to do that.
Well, and it's not even just New York City, right? Like, it's, like, everywhere in flyover country that's underfunded.
New York City actually is like one of the smartest cities in the United States. But there is something to be said for the quality of, like, Russian and Eastern European education. And if you do go to some countries, like the normal people who are, like, operating restaurants and stuff like that do have a higher level of critical thinking than other places. It does happen.
Russians in general are just really smart. They produce some of the world's, they have the largest output of engineers, software engineers, and hardware engineers.
A lot of chess champions. They got the space first.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good history.
They did, yeah. Like a lot of software we use, you know,
They
whatever.
always had better rockets during the Cold War.
Yeah.
The Americans the Americans just had better computers.
Yep. I grew up in an area that had a strong Russian presence, and I definitely agree that they're smart.
They're very smart.
Well, Russia is it's a multi-ethnic nation, so to some extent it's worth breaking that down into its, like, component ethnicities, from Tatars to Jews to Russians to even the former Soviet states.
Well, the ones I interact with are white Russians, so they're from, Moscow and stuff, yeah. And St. Petersburg.
Has anyone been? I wanted to go, but it's no longer possible as an American.
Probably this year.
Fuck.
White Russian. They think of the Big Lebowski.
Oh my god.
Good movie.
I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
Jesus Christ. Of all things, Elon should not have dropped a shitcoin. He should have dropped something that is actually useful. Like stuff that's on a blockchain. Like an ordinal. Like at least a picture. How are you gonna buy a meme? Buy the actual meme. Bunch of images on Bitcoin. I don't know, man.
Someone dropped an ordinal today. A gigantic Trump ordinal. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like over 3 megs.
That's crazy, man. That's expensive as shit, by the way.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
1 Bitcoin in fees paid on that one.
Holy
wow.
shit.
Hold on, wait.
And they can't, hold on. They did that, and they can't inscribe the fucking, the Constitution? Come on.
Hold on, wait a second.
Oh, they absolutely can.
It was
Then do it.
Wait. How did they put that on the Bitcoin blockchain? If the block size is only 1.
The block size is 4 megabytes.
The block size is 4. It got increased with a BIP a while ago.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's
so
been like this for quite a while.
The way it works with ordinals is if you're only doing individual transactions, there's a 400 kilobyte limit. But if you have the rights to a block, so if you're mining the block and you solve the equation and you have the rights to the fees from the block, you get to decide what transactions are included and what are not. So you can include all of your transactions that add up to a 4 megabyte file size. And you can even go slightly over, I think there's a 4.01 meg or something like that. It's the biggest ever. So, if you can control a block, you can put a lot of data on there at once. But what
How do I
find
see
really
this
interesting-
ordinal?
I can send you a link. I can find it.
Everything is indexed. You can always see it.
What I find really interesting about ordinals is that you're not really limited by the file size. That's just per transaction, right? So that's how many transactions, how much you have to pay in transaction fees. But you can daisy chain your ordinals. You can link them to each other through recursion. And so you can take executable code and inscribe it in daisy chain chunks that link to each other, and you can execute code that's written onto Bitcoin directly. It's cool shit.
Yeah. Although it does get rid of the fungibility of Bitcoin.
I mean, it does to a certain extent, but what I think that actually does, because Bitcoin is never going to lose its fungible value, it creates a floor for the assets that are being held in Bitcoin more than anything else. Because at the end of the day, I look at my ordinals wallet, I've got about $1,000 in Bitcoin in my Taproot, which is the ordinals that I'm holding. That's not counting the actual Bitcoin that I hold as a long. And so I know that at the end of the day, it's going to be worth at least 0.01 BTC, and that's some security for me. So I like ordinals for that reason. The reduction in fungibility sets a floor, which is good.
Should we end the space?
Yeah.
Aww.
There really isn't much. There really isn't much left to squeeze. But yeah. By the way, I found the meme.
Let's see.
Keep talking about cat girls, and that would go along with space.
Remember the thing that Biden said? You know, if you'd vote for me, you'd black.
Yeah.
No, I know the meme you're gonna send.
This.
I know this meme. I knew you were gonna send.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god, my sell point is almost there. What the fuck?
And they're like they carry Biden away with this like fucking aura around him. What the fuck?
It's a leech.
No man, but that shit's fucking insane.
Right.
I know who made this, by the way. This guy fucking peaked. This was peak, man.
So I got a question, like who invented ordinals and how did they figure it out?
Casey Rodarmor.
Yeah, Casey Rodarmor.
Technically, the idea of inscribing things on a blockchain has been around for quite a while. It has been done way before anything that Casey Rodarmor did. And in fact, what he created was a type of protocol which could be followed and scaled.
Yeah, so basically, we've always been able to attach arbitrary data to signatures, but what was missing was a way to link that to something that somebody actually owns, right? Like you sign a transaction, it shows your public key, but who actually owns the data that's attached? So we needed a way to track transactions in a way that would be able to isolate whatever Satoshis were used in that particular transaction so that we would know what Satoshis the data was actually attached to or intended to be attached to. And so using ordinal theory, it's just basically like a first in, first out accounting principle, or maybe it's first in, last out accounting principle, but essentially using that, you number the Satoshis based on the order that they're coming into the wallet. And using that system, you can then track those Satoshis through subsequent UTXOs and follow them throughout the blockchain and see where that like signature data is currently being owned in a wallet address somewhere. And so the Ordinals protocol was initially about tying that all together. And since then, it has evolved to encompass additional things like adding parent-child connections between inscriptions so that you can have collections with metadata and you can very clearly define the collection on chain, which is something that I was working on pretty early in the Ordinal space that I was very excited to see happen. And also like runes is another aspect that has been added on top of the Ordinals protocol, which is essentially like a shitcoin protocol, where once again, because of the inherent like fungibility of Bitcoin, your shitcoins actually end up having a floor based on how much Bitcoin you're holding in those runes. But it's more complex than, it's not just like you buy a bunch of runes and you have a bunch of Bitcoin. It depends on how many sats are actually attached to the underlying runes, but it's better than having something that goes to literal zero.
The ordinal can be moved from one public address to another, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely true. So what you do is you send those Satoshis, that UTXO, gets sent in its entirety to another wallet address. It has to be a Taproot wallet address. And the Ordinals protocol tracks that and will then identify the data that's attached to the original signature as being owned by the wallet that currently holds those Satoshis.
So in the case of this Trump ordinal, it's like a bunch of digital, I don't know if it's hexadecimal or binary data that forms an image? Is that right? Like what is the ordinal itself?
I mean, you can attach actual literal files. So you can attach, I've done GIFs. But it doesn't have to be hexadecimal, although that's one way to do it. You can turn hex code into images. Although I don't think there are a lot of platforms that directly support it. What they likely did though was just attach like a large image. Like it appears to be one of those like Andy Warhol stylish prints where it's like kind of a couple of colors, and it's a little bit abstract. I'm trying to find the actual like ord.io post with the.
I mean, you were 2 megabytes, so it's I just put it in the complex image.
I put it in the top bar.
So what happens? So what happens if someone puts something illegal in
in the on the Bitcoin blockchain.
Well, that's the fun part. Nothing happens.
That's happened historically, and it depends on what the content is. Sometimes the content does get through. But in the case of certain kinds of like seriously objectionable material, what has actually happened is miners have noticed that material coming through, and they get alerted, and whoever has the rights to the block gets to reject those transactions.
So if it doesn't get rejected, it's there permanently, but you can in fact reject it before it is there permanently, right?
So
Because the problem is it's immutable.
So what's the rate of rejection, do you think?
It's very close to 100% because one of the original Ordinals like projects, so the same hackathon that I was doing the parent-child stuff for, there was another team and they actually won. And what they were doing was they wrote a detection algorithm for like sexual material and especially CSM. So that would be detected and easily filtered out by miners. So the detection rate is quite high. And there's not as much concern about that sort of content because of the availability of that software.
What about the stuff that's already there?
I mean, I'm not aware of a lot that is already there. To the extent that it is, it would have to be removed with a BIP. Or like people would have to voluntarily trim their nodes en masse.
Right.
So it would be
what's
solvable.
like the harm though? Like in order for CSM, I don't know, is that child sexual material?
Yeah, I think it's actually CSAM, so child sexual abuse material, but it's highly illegal, and I think it is harmful for it to be out there. Like, if you're the person that those images are of, like, you don't want that to be out there.
Yeah, that's obviously horrible, but it's not, like, the worst thing in the world, because it can't be viewed unless you, like...
Yeah, I'm not going to be on a platform, like, saying, like, that it's not horrible. That's not a take that I'm willing to give, but, like, I understand where you're coming from there. But at the same time,
it's
like,
horrible. What I mean is it's just like a great deal less accessible than like the other forms, like posting it on a website or something like that. That's all I mean.
True, and what I would say is like it would be potentially bad for Bitcoin as like a PR problem, and so I think that there's a lot of good motivation amongst the people. Like miners are heavily incentivized to protect the value of Bitcoin. So I think that they're going to make decisions that lean in that direction. So I'm not too worried.
Miners are protecting miners.
LMAO.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I was actually going to say something like that as well. Yeah.
Right. But I also, like, I think that there are other interesting questions that get raised, and, like, I don't even want to say specific ideas out loud because I don't want to give anybody bad ideas, but there's, like, stuff that you could put on Bitcoin that it's, like, once it's there, it's like, whoa. Like, what would anybody even be able to do about that?
You can, like, put entire programs and everything there. People have literally put entire operating systems on it.
Oh, yeah, or, like, famous smart contracts for, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone should put like top secret military information on there.
I mean, I don't really know. That's a thing.
Why the fuck would you even say that, bro?
So, not top secret, right? But if people have access to information that's important, like that could affect, you know, public opinion on world events, inscribing it on Bitcoin is a way to ensure that it can't be removed. And if it's not something illegal, it's going to get rejected.
Yeah, like
Bitcoin is very consistent, and miners aren't going to try to censor you unless it's like something that threatens them. Yeah. So, and they have no interest in whatever micro-political stuff is.
GFK files on it, you know. Can't remove
Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, once they get released to the public, like I would never advocate that somebody violate their security clearance because that is trouble.
I would totally advocate for someone to violate their security clearance.
No. Say that from you are, that's fine, I guess. But for, you know, us in the United States or affected by US laws, like don't break them.
Don't do it if it puts yourself in danger, you know? Like
don't do anything illegal, don't do anything retarded, basically.
Yeah,
that's the summary.
What's that idiot's name? Wonder. What's her face?
I don't really care. Now,
not Wonder. God,
yeah. Okay, so with Bitcoin and the ability to store things on it, you can do some really, really cool things. You know, like inscribing works of knowledge that would otherwise just be lost. You know, if you say, for instance, have access to a book that is literally not being printed anymore, which could be really valuable to people, then perhaps putting it on there, provided that, of course, it doesn't violate any laws, would be very useful, because that is immutable. And it's kind of interesting because if indexers themselves are probably the best way to actually find it, unless of course you're a crackhead that searches the entire blockchain for certain things. And so indexers are actually the primary point of access when it comes to the information that's on it. There are various many of them that they can even choose to not index certain things that are on the blockchain, so as to basically prevent what has been mentioned. If like there's fucked up material on there, you don't actually get to see that, even though it's there. But you'd have to actually it takes a lot of effort to actually find it if you wanted to. So with the indexer, it basically prevents that from being displayed.
It's there's a Minecraft. I think.
I know about this. Yeah.
But also map that you can download. That stores every single book that's been banned by like a country.
Problem is, when it comes to the actual execution in terms of the info that's in it, let's say it is something that has more than characters themselves can render, then this is what you use Bitcoin for. Like imagine if it's a book about engineering. There's certain visuals that are within it. You need to encode that on the blockchain. And many of the books actually can be encoded in HTML. Somebody actually encoded a full-scale Bible and put my name in it.
What?
I'm actually serious, yeah. Somebody took yeah.
So one thing I've thought a lot about is that if you are...
Wait, hold on. Someone took a Bible and inscribed your name on it.
They took a Bible, they took Bible, inscribed it using HTML, the whole thing, and as inspiration basically put my name there, inspired by XYZ. Yeah.
That's awesome.
On the Bitcoin blockchain.
You live forever in eternity. Nice.
Alright, can you send me that?
To Adrian's disciples, guys.
I forgot which one it was, man. I lost track of it. I might have sent it to somebody. If that guy's still out there somewhere, hit me up, man. I forgot where it was, but yeah.
Right.
So something that I've thought a lot about with ordinals is like political speech. And if you are a dissident in a country that has poor freedom of the press, you can inscribe text files for pretty cheap on Bitcoin. And even simple images relatively cheap on Bitcoin. And you can send out very small, super cheap recursive inscriptions to people that you want to have your newsletter. And you can just update your inscription with new news, and other people can get it, and all they need to know is their wallet seed, right? They don't need to have access to anything but some way to access their Ordinals wallet, and they'll be able to read your newspaper. And that's kind of cool to me.
Yeah. So when it comes to like, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, imagine using Bitcoin as a means for communication.
Alright, so, sorry, I'm in a restaurant, but I'll give it a shot anyway. Alright, so, in a world where we transition from fiat money to Bitcoin money, it's likely that the richer people they'll be more likely to be like meritorious, because kind of like the way fiat money works is that it's not necessarily allocated by the market. It's allocated by government creation in a lot of ways. And so what that means is that once we transition from fiat to Bitcoin, when someone like burns their Bitcoin to put it on the blockchain, it means that they're like a very competent, high merit person, and thus this ordinal or whatever they put on the blockchain, it's more likely to be true. And there's like something very powerful about that, because it's almost like an oracle, right? Because that person, if they're high merit and then they put it on the blockchain, it's more likely to be true.
When there is a transactional cost, people are more likely to act in good faith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's basically, the way you can visualize it is it effectively is digital gold. So, though I would just say, by actual gold, you could basically visualize it as being the same thing. Like if you wanted to physically move gold, it actually costs money to do so, because it's logistical costs. When you look at something like Bitcoin, there too are fees on this, thereby, it's the same thing. It's just, you can actually take it with you, like a cold wallet. So it's pretty cool.
I mean,
if you're a cypherpunk, you can encrypt your files, inscribe them, and cross the border without even a computer and have access to everything on the other side without even logging into an email account.
It's also very nice because one of the primary issues that I keep seeing about the banking system is the fact that many countries in the third world are heavily discriminated against because of the fact that they cannot access certain monetary services in other countries. And so looking at what that type of currency allows people to do is, gives them the freedom to interact like internationally without any restriction on that. Unless, of course, there's a law within any respective country that bans the usage of crypto. That is a totally different argument. But if it does not, and it is still technically a third world country, then it can interact with any first world country without any problems whatsoever, provided, of course, that the transaction is of a legal nature. So I like that very much. It's just that the technology itself has gotten a terrible reputation because of the fact that people inevitably will misuse these things. And you look at mechanisms such as what Ethereum allows you to do, they will take that and turn it into massive fucking like Ponzi schemes that each have so many variations to them. And there's constantly a new thing out there. It's like a high level financial, like a Wolf of Wall Street movie inspired version of brain rot. That's effectively what it is, and it's taken over an entire generation. And ironically enough, it's an international phenomenon. So like on that chain, nobody cares what your language is. If your shit works and if you scam people, that's how it is. It's international chaos. That's what Ethereum, for instance, is, and that's what Solana is, even at a higher scale. I hate fucking Solana, it's annoying. But yeah. Out of all the cryptos, I would say that Monero is interesting from a privacy perspective. Doge is good for a transactional currency, and Bitcoin is good for a value holding type of currency. One of the main problems with Bitcoin itself, when it comes to its value, would be exchange for actual services. So not everybody is able to actually exchange this for some service out there because fiat is still largely dominating the system. Now, in certain places, various types of services will in fact be the exchange of value will be conducted in terms of Bitcoin. That can happen. It's okay. But once it hits the mainstream, I'd imagine it would happen a lot more.
I love working for crypto. It's my favorite way to get paid.
Yeah, crypto is pretty cool. Getting paid, and that's like it's a fascinating thing. It is imaginary money, and people say it is imaginary money. But then again, what do you think fiat is? Fiat is a thing backed by nothing other than a promise enforced via violence of law. That's it. That's your money. It's not tied to anything.
Should be backed by energy output.
Oh, it will be. It will be. I feel like the future will be energy credits, effectively. Imagine whatever energy credits could be. I think that's what they're going to do to replace fiat with. But we may or may not see this within our own lifetime. I find it unlikely to see it within our own lifetime, but the current state of affairs would mean it's likely that we'll see it within our own lifetime.
I think a lot of what's going on with crypto is we're looking for the technology that will serve as the infrastructure for those credits. Mm-hmm. Right? Like if you look at like the future of money, it's often depicted as being credits. I mean, that being short for energy credits, 100% makes sense to me. But we need the best technology to represent that. Bitcoin makes good sense. Mm-hmm. I think it needs improvements, but it can be improved. And so like we should just keep moving in that direction.
Yeah. When it comes
Does
to
anyone have a strong opinion as to whether or not AI will break the RSH algorithm on which Bitcoin is based? I'm not saying a super intelligent AI, but just like kind of like a human paired with artificial intelligence.
AI is overrated. For especially for things like this, you need a quantum computer, and even then, there would be adjustments made before that even becomes a problem. At least we hope so.
Quantum is a risk, but people are working on that pretty diligently, and I have pretty strong faith that by the time quantum is a risk to Bitcoin, Bitcoin will be at least 2 steps ahead of it.
Why is quantum a risk to Bitcoin? How does that work?
Because it's very powerful.
Because the ability to perform a high number of calculations in a short period of time allows them to potentially be faster than the Bitcoin network in solving the equations, and if you can do that on a large enough scale, you can work backwards on the blockchain and trick the network and effectively, do a Sybil attack.
So it's more about finding the nonce faster, not the nonce, but finding the code faster.
So there's that, but there's also potentially cracking seed phrases, right? Because they can try like trillions.
Okay, right, yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Calculations. So like they could crack individual wallets, potentially Satoshi's wallet, right? If that happens and Satoshi sells, everything goes to zero, at least temporarily. But that's such an existential threat that people have been thinking about it, for as long as people have been talking about quantum computing.
Yeah, it goes back to your earlier point that if you're like inscribing something, it's like very costly to you, so you have skin in the game. Like the Bitcoin community has enormous skin in the game because they've traded massive amounts of fiat. Well, perhaps not everyone, but a lot of people have traded a lot of fiat for their Bitcoin, and they want it to continue to be valuable, so they will defend against that risk. That's a really important counterpoint.
Yeah. So say that one of the things that they are able to do is create some sort of physical device similar to a hard wallet, but the dimensions would be unique to each individually created item. And you would need to confirm possession of the specific physical item in order to, a physical key essentially, in order to access wallet contents.
Yeah.
By the way, I think we've, the space has gone on for...
One more thing just happened. Just kind of a breaking story. The HHS formally debars EcoHealth Alliance and Dr. Peter Daszak after COVID Select reveals, that's the committee, reveals pandemic-era wrongdoing. Holy shit, this has been a long time coming.
Thank fucking God. We no longer look like insane people.
Yep.
Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice to be one of the only people who have actually followed the science?
Yep. I'll read the short notice that they put out, the HHS.
100%. Do it.
Today, after an 8-month investigation, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services cut off all funding and formally debarred EcoHealth Alliance Incorporated and its former president, Dr. Peter Daszak, for 5 years based on evidence uncovered by the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. In a new letter, the HHS states that a periodic requirement for Dr. Daszak is necessary to protect the federal government's business interests. The letter also confirms that EcoHealth terminated Daszak's employment effective January 6, 2024. EcoHealth and Dr. Daszak facilitated gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, without proper oversight and willingly violated multiple requirements of its multi-million-dollar National Institutes of Health grant. So everything that they've been saying was a conspiracy theory, turns out it's fucking true.
We are
when do we, torture him in a cage?
Be back.
My God, man.
You cannot imagine how liberating that feels to hear. It's great. I mean, of course, it's obvious and all of that was coming out, but to actually know that this is now going to become an unavoidable thing, and all these people with their weird vaccine shit in their bios and such that tortured us for years, and are going to see how retarded they really were.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, some of them bought into it because of fear, and others were forced to take it. They didn't have a fucking choice, which is a human rights violation, by the way, and I hope that gets addressed one day. Might not, but might have, So, yeah, it's interesting to see what has happened. That's pretty cool.
Yep. We need a scapegoat for society to change, and he and that may well end up being that.
Fauci next. Let's do Fauci. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, and when I say scapegoat, I don't mean someone who's being unjustifiably accused of wrongdoing, but just a general reason for why something horrible happened.
Yep. Fauci needs to go next.
You get him out of here.
Mm-hmm. Either way, this was a great discussion, everyone. We'll see you all again tomorrow. This is it was a great space. Yeah. Sorry for the spaces crash earlier. That was annoying, but yeah. I think of it as Path of Exile stream tomorrow. I think, just a little bit. We'll see what happens. But yeah, man, thank you all for coming. It was a great Friday evening for those in the US. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'll see you guys again in a couple hours or tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.
And make sure to subscribe to me. It's only $12 a year. I know I have to keep repeating that, but also turn the notifications on. That one's free.